Okay, that took a second. The music is a bit loud for me, so let me get that. I'm just making sure frames skipped due to encoding lag is not crazy. I'm still trying to get this computer up and running, so I think it's alright. Of course, we're still at 720p. It's unfortunate, but can't do anything about it. This old hunk of metal is on its last legs. I should really like go inside of it and like figure out what's going on in there. Maybe like clean it out. It's a lot of dust in there, you know. It's an old computer. So I mean that might have something to do with it. Anyway, we're listening to PC98 today because I've gotten pretty bored of the fucking chillhop. You know, we played chillhop like, you know, every day, and now it's been too many days in a row. Okay, so what are we asking? We're asking, what did we figure out since yesterday? Well, I figured out the bug, and if you're in the Discord, then you know what the bug was. And the bug was exactly this, that this was cam pause. That was cam pause, and that was the bug. So why is this bug a bit sneaky? Well, okay, so let's walk through what's going on here. So we come into this function and we are trying to figure out where in the density field we currently are, and it's not going to necessarily, well, it should always be in world space, right? But we were going through some cases here where we wouldn't necessarily always be at the exact same position. Also, this is a little bit tilted. Anyway, so that's why we had all this stuff here. However, I just realized, oh, we should just sample it in world space, and then when we're creating the density field, then we should just offset it, pre-offset it, and then, you know, we don't have to worry about our different coordinate systems. So I just made this proposed. Now you may be saying, so why are we casting this to a vec3? Isn't this already a vec3? No, this is actually a vec4, which is a bit annoying, right? So it's a vec4 because we want cam data to be the exact SSBO or UBO that we pass into the shader, right? So to avoid all the padding nonsense. Oh, my mic is kind of loud, huh? Sorry. Let's make it less loud. Okay, hopefully that does it. Anyway, so basically you would do this, right? And then you would go here, and then you would, if you wanted to do this way, you would do this, and then you have, you know, float pad 0 here, right? Is the way that I've done it before, right? But I don't like padding anymore because I've had some mistakes and it's fucked things up. So basically I just make everything vec4s in terms of SSBOs or UBOs. It makes everything a lot simpler. Now, so why did this create the perfect storm? Well, this created the perfect storm because we casted these to vec3s to add them together, and I just simply did a mistype here. Or, you know, cam pause. I did that. Now, why is this bug tricky? What, like, wouldn't we be moving in the proposed direction? Well, this is another problem here, that I was doing this for some reason. I think that I had like refactored the code at some point, and proposed wasn't actually proposed, and so I just did it explicitly here. But as we know, this is actually the correct one. So in terms of what was inside of proposed, where we were sampling the floor, this was this actually. So we were moving in the correct direction always, but we were sampling the wrong floor. And so that's why it was a tricky bug, because usually those things would be in tandem. So we were kind of like looking at the completely wrong direction. Anyway, so it works now. So yeah, it works now. Yo, what's up, Undercover? Hey, Cheese. So anyway, it works. And it works for pretty complicated meshes like this as well. So that was like a stupid bug. It was like many hours of us trying to figure it out, but we eventually figured it out. But yeah. How? Really, it's just a noise function that generates the terrain, and then our collision is the hard part. But at the end of the day, what we do is we just sample the collision at our spot. The annoying thing is these voxels, you see? It's a normals issue. I don't really know how to fix it, to be honest. It's hard because they're sampled in voxels, not continuously. So it creates those like waffle. Oh no, encoding overloaded? No, please, not today. Oh god, I thought that we were out of the woods here. Let's go to profile main. My chat disappeared. Okay, it's back. Yo, no, today I trained my recursion skills. Yeah, my chat just keeps disappearing because OBS sucks. But my chat is just a white box right now. Okay, here we go. Did I train my recursion skills by coding the quicksort? Quicksort? Yeah. You understand why pro programmers don't use AI? Yeah. How long have I been coding? Since I was like 16, but off and on. And now I'm 25. So we're coming up on 10 years. So just had some data that keeps spitting in your face. Yeah. I mean, most of the time when I go to AI with a problem, it just tries to patch the problem up instead of actually fixing it. Like, it tries to be like, you know, oh, don't worry, we can go in this other direction, and then it sends you down this fucking shitty rabbit hole where it doesn't even fix the fucking code. But, you know, it's because like ChatGPT, fucking, you know, whatever, they're just chatbots. In fact, if you go onto the ChatGPT website or whatever, it says it's an AI chatbot, right? So it doesn't actually know anything. But, you know, a bunch of fucking YouTube grifters on my recommendation page, you know, say otherwise every morning when I wake up. So it's whatever. Like I said in the Discord, man, I think genuinely people just love eating up bullshit all the time. That, you know, I don't know. Either that or nobody's, you know, actually good at coding. This guy earlier, yesterday, that came in the stream and he said, watching coders that don't use AI is like watching expired milk in the fridge. And that was just, oh man. It's not like I take it personally because the guy said coders as well, but like, it's like, I don't know, it's like you lose a little bit of a faith in humanity sort of thing, you know? But whatever. The only usable thing I've been able to code is a print function. I don't even know how print works in Python. I don't know anything about Python. That's alright though. Honestly, 90% of code is printing, so you just didn't know what's the joy of being stuck. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. It's like, I don't go live to use AI. You know, like then why would then what would my value be, like, as a person, like, to watch, you know? If I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, so what is the answer to my problem? Like, you know, I'm supposed to be here and figure it out. Like, I don't know, would people watch me more if I used AI? I'm not even sure. If so, I mean, I might as well, right? Like, what? It's just so strange to me. Like, me as a person, I would never watch somebody who just, like, resolves to using AI all the time to fix their fucking problems. That just seems like so annoying. I'm gonna turn down my mic volume because I'm apparently peaking, according to my peripheral vision. Oh, this kind of sounds like that Lemon Demon song. Shout out that album. Good album. I should just be going straight. Final Pause doesn't actually go through any transformation, so it's pretty funny. At this point, I'm making my game engine, but just in space, which is pretty cool. I don't really know if the collision is ever gonna be like that intense, but it's definitely getting there already. We're like a few steps removed from it. Does music not distract me? Is it annoying? I guess maybe it is a bit too loud. Sorry. Not really. I like music. Sometimes it distracts me. Usually when I'm not streaming, I don't have music on. Like, I just straight up just have the fans of the computer. Like, I don't actually put on music when I'm not streaming, but I do. I think for streaming purposes, like, if I'm just here talking, it becomes a lot more stressful and anxiety inducing. I think the music, like, helps me, like, not think about it too much. I don't know, weird psychological thing, probably. Yeah, we can just add straight onto it. It is pretty weird that these do the exact same thing. They probably won't always do the exact same thing, but we're I don't really know what I'm going for with the collision, but we definitely don't want to be sampling the ground all the time. So really we don't want to do this. We want to only do it when we hit the ground once, and then if our velocity is negative and we weren't on the ground, then we hit the ground running. Yeah, but we also need to we need to sample the ground, no? Maybe it is less than or equal to 0, because if it's 0, then you're just walking across the ground, which I feel like makes a lot of sense. I probably have to look at my own collision code, to be honest, for the game engine. Yeah, that looks good. That feels okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We are a bit slidey. Oh, yeah, we are a bit slidey. It's because we don't actually hit the ground. We aren't actually sampling the ground on... Yeah, I'm getting encoding overloaded. Yeah, so we aren't actually on the ground now, even though it says that we're on the ground. Because we hit the ground and then we aren't on the ground anymore. Yeah, I have to look through my other code. We aren't even supposed to be doing this today, but you know me, I always end up doing different shit that I end up planning to do. It's in the here somewhere. This is a big file. What's been my favorite project? That's a good question. I don't know. It depends on like the parts of the project. Like there hasn't been one project where it's like so much better than everything else. Like every project has had like really good moments. Like the game engine, for example, like the stuff that I was doing with UI, like that stuff, like in terms of like the satisfaction and like how difficult it was probably like the hardest part, like the most satisfying. The stuff that I did with the chess engine, parts of it was like awesome. Parts of like doing the linear optimizations with Simd was probably the highlight of that. Yeah, I'd say like so far this space kind of engine project is probably my least favorite. It's actually surprisingly hard. At least would like I'm going for something that's obviously a bit different. But yeah, it's kind of, it's very unforgiving. And working on a GPU, I don't like GPU coding. I really don't like GPU coding. I think the way that cache works on the GPU just makes it so fucking unfun to write. Like a GPU code, it kind of doesn't matter. Like you can't optimize it very, very well, you know? You can't. The optimizations you make are like macro optimizations, like making everything as contiguous as possible and stuff, so that there's less data reads and stuff. It's very annoying. It's very big scope. Like you have to like really think about warp groups and this and that, and it's just not, it's not very fun. Like GPU coding is not fun. Anyway, this is the collision function. Not the big one. This is the update player. Yeah. So we sample the whole height at, yeah, this is complicated. How I did the collision logic. I mean, it's the reason why the collision on the, like, the collision and movement code in the game engine was definitely like the best part of, like the most well-made part about it. Like by far, like the complexity of this was definitely the most insane thing. What's the biggest file in my game engine? This one was close, right? The UI was 8,000 lines. The UI system was insane. Like most people hear UI system and they don't think like the shit that I was doing in it was insane. It was like probably like some of the most insane code I've ever written. I don't really know if I'm ever gonna get to that point again with something, but yeah, this file was fucking insane for sure. I don't know if this one's the biggest file. I think that entity handler is probably, yeah, entity handler is 10,000. There's a lot of here in here that isn't in use, wasn't in use anymore though. And a lot of this stuff is for PlayStation 1 with like the constructing the BVH and everything. BSP, I mean. Yeah, compute skylight. This function is crazy. This function. So this is how we did our light maps. This is how I did my light maps. Was all this like raycasting stuff and accumulating light. There are a bunch of different cases here. This is how we do our light map UVs, and we had to slot them in to the grid like this. Yeah, I remember this. This was shit that I had to do off stream, I think. I don't even know if I was streaming at this point. But yeah. That stuff was very, very, very... That stuff was very fun because it was super visual. Like the light map stuff was super visual. If you go onto my channel and you see the only short that I published was when I was doing the light map stuff, and I was like literally painting the world different colors. It's a lot of fun. But the problem with these light maps is that I was doing such complicated volumetric 3D light maps and shit that it took up so much memory to do the complicated lighting that I was doing that for bigger maps it would have been impossible. I would have had to do something differently, which I didn't want to make that compromise. It was kind of one of the reasons why I stopped working on my game engine, was because I kept having to make compromises like that I didn't want to fucking make. Because I'm kind of like a perfectionist about it, but yeah. I love complex coding, but it's over my power. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not like I'm smart or whatever. It's just the amount of time. I've spent like years of my life in this room coding. You know what I mean? Like this project with, you know, like 40k lines, the game engine, you know, like I've spent like thousands of hours coding, like in my lifetime, right? Like I don't think I'm Malcolm Gladwell fucking 10,000 hours yet, but I'm nearing it probably, you know? So yeah, maybe I am, like, I don't know, I've streamed for 500 hours and I feel like I at least have double that during my time streaming, plus probably another 500 to 1,000 before that. So probably like 1,500 something like that hours. So if you had that many hours coding, you would definitely be at the same skill level. So it's just a matter of time. Do I recommend you do that? Probably not, to be honest. Like, what am I getting out of it? You know, not much. Go do something else, man. Go see some art house films. Go fucking, I don't know, spend some time in nature. Fucking meet some friends. You know, go to the pub. I don't know. What program do I use to code? Helix. Helix, pretty much. My journey through the IDEs was I started with NetBeans when I was learning how to code, and then I moved to IntelliJ IDEA when I was doing Java, and then I did NeoVim when I was like a hacker teenager sort of phase, and then I did VS Code after that, and then I found Helix. Once. I never liked VS Code. It was just that everybody uses VS Code and you can get like plugins and bullshit like very easily, but I never actually liked it. But Yeah. Don't worry, I love coding, yeah. Too late. I'm 20 years old. You're not too late, I'm 25. What are you talking about? So anyway, so we're sampling it at our current location. So we sample it at our current location. I don't really remember the difference between cam Z and player Z. I think player Z is our foot, yeah. Yeah, this logic with this player Z, I don't really remember. How do I do? I never do horizontal splits. I don't really know why it is an H, to be honest, but so this variable is top Z and bottom Z. So our height, and then that's our bottom Z. Right, so we had two different things. We had, this is kind of loud for me. It's annoying on this computer because I don't have volume control on the keyboard. Okay, so we had top and bottom Z. Got it. So we sampled there, and then we sampled here with our propose. I never cleaned this code up. It was always a war zone. Once I got finished with it, I never touched it again. So this is just, what is it, original pause? Is it just, okay, so original pause is literally just this. So, or maybe I move player Z. No, I don't. At some point it was something else. Okay. So, right. So, the reason why this is weird is so we sample it at the start, and then we sample it at the end, but with the starting Z. Again. I don't really remember why that's necessary, but it is, because we have, down here we have 3 different collision checks.
Here's what happens in Minecraft Live.
What the fuck are you talking about? What is Minecraft Live?
What happens when real patients move curing
What is Minecraft Live?
to-do list to their today list? I was able to move forward.
What the fuck is Minecraft Live? Okay, I'm thinking like maybe we don't want to copy this code because this is so fucking complicated. So if the player was on the ground and the floor change, which is the next floor, which is that, minus our original position, right? Our original Z is less than or equal to the step height, and the floor change is greater than or equal to the step down, then we move the Z. So this means that we're stepping up or we're stepping down the thing. Yeah, I think that we don't want to worry about that for now. Yeah, I think that we don't worry about that for now. Because that's only so that we can have like steps, like going up the stairs or downstairs. Like, oh no, the step down is important. Oh, the step down is important because, oh yeah. Okay, so we do have to do that. Basically what this is doing is it's checking if within one tick, if we're gonna go up or down, if it's within reason for us to not leave the ground, right? Because if for example, if our next tick is downwards, then we want to snap to the floor. But if it's too steep, then we need to fall off. So that's what this is doing. But the problem is that this isn't the entire thing, because we set this variable to step up, and then this is where we use step up in here. And I don't really remember what the fuck that's doing, to be honest. Like, this is all cursed. Basically, we check for collision 2 times, just in case we get rejected, or something like that. If the normal doesn't equal 99, doesn't equal 99, so we have some sentinel values going on here. So if we collided and the normal exists and we have a surface normal, then we do that. What is the case? Oh. Sandwich says she didn't get normal back. We have to give up in 0. What is the case where we don't get the normal back? The answer is probably in this check collision function. Shit. Yeah, this is going to be more complicated than I thought. It is never easy. Alright, so we set it to a sentinel value and then we pass it in. Is step up 0.2f? Is the step size, step height, is it 0.2f? Step height is 0.2f, so this is just step height. What is step down? Step down is negative 0.05. Why? That sounds like really small. Hey, what's up, Kjell? I got collision working, but now I'm trying to get collision better working, I guess. I'm trying to replicate what's in my game engine, kind of. It's alright. I figured out the bug from yesterday. I don't know if you're in the Discord, you probably saw it, but you're gonna laugh. It's this. It was this line right here. I had this as cam pause instead of velocity. That was the bug. And the reason why that bug was tricky was because this proposed only samples the floor, right? And so basically our velocity was changing how we sample in the x direction, and so that's why we were never sampling the correct floor. So basically it was just a typo. Like literally the entire code was correct, it was just that. So now we sample the floor fine. You see, I'm trying to get the velocity working. As you can see, it's kind of drifty or whatever, but it selects the floor perfectly fine now, which is exactly what we want. It's pretty cool. It's like we're on the moon. If the moon was kind of like an alien planet, I guess. Well done, thanks. Yeah, it was annoying. That's why I was scratching my head for so long yesterday, because everything, like when I debug printed out everything, all the numbers came back correctly and it still wasn't working. So I was like, I was losing my fucking mind yesterday. I'm skilled. If I was skilled, then I would have never made the typo. Whatever. Anyway, I'm trying to get it so that basically the way it is in my game engine, right, is that like if the step size going down is too steep, then we leave the ground, right? Otherwise we snap to the ground like we're going down steps. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do that without making like the logic too complicated. So that's if we hit the ground. yeah, I don't want to copy the whole code base. It's kind of a lot. But anyway, I do this, and then I take, so this is complicated because we basically have 3 different vectors going on here. We have like temporary, original position, all of this shit. So let's just make, okay, so cam pause is our original position. We want to have a vec3 cam vel. The reason why is because it's actually, these are vec4s because of GPU alignment. So now I need to put them into this just so that we have them, because we're gonna do some collision calculations with them now. Hopefully I can show like why collision isn't so scary, or it doesn't have to be that complicated, because why can I not like problem solving is a huge skill, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it took me a long time to get that, but I mean, I don't know. Also, the funny thing, Kiel, is that like I was so out of like my mind that I like went to AI. I was like, why is this not working? Why is this not working? And it sent me down this huge fucking rabbit hole of like shit that wasn't even the problem. It was basically, it like was like, oh, it's not correct because you need to actually search. You need to search for the floor using a binary tree. And like, dude, like I was like, sure, man. And then none of it like solved the problem. And then I was just like, okay, well, that just proves exactly what I think about AI. So like, yeah. Yeah, it had me write a function that searched for the floor using a binary tree of like splitting height. And I did that, and it had the exact same result. Yeah. And then it was like oh, now you no, oh, it can't be that. You have to solve using the normal to push out from the direction, and the this and the that. And I was like, shut the fuck up. It has nothing to do with that, man. It needs to be trained for new problems. I think it needs to be trained to shut the fuck up. Just like me personally, how I think. Oh, also this was a typo. So that's also a typo. But it's not like we were even using that code anyway, but okay, so now we have cam pause, cam vel, and so we now have proposed as well here. And just to make it a lot simpler, we can simply just add the vec3s. I think the only thing I like about it, AI is ability to play chess games. Yeah, it's true. I enjoy playing against the chess AIs. Especially like because I love playing chess, but I hate the anxiety of actually playing chess against a real person. I do like playing against the chess AIs. I just really struggle with the anxiety of like playing against a real person. I used to be fine with it, but like, I don't know, maybe it's just like the way my brain is now. I just can't do like online games. You know, long-term development, it loses its mind. Yeah, it just like, it always has to have a solution, you know? Like that's the problem with AI, is like, it just like comes up with solutions until it just like, you know, just like loses its own mind, you know? Like, I think AI would be a lot better if AI like asked you like, hey, can you give me like debug printouts for every single one of these values, or like, you know, something like that. Like then it'd probably be good, but you know, it just doesn't have any idea of what to do, and it will just keep on making up bullshit. Yeah. That's the problem with AI. for sure. Use it for teaching? Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine for like, the way I use it right is like checkpoints with my own projects. Like if I get to a stopping point where I'm just like, how am I like thinking about how I'm going to approach the next problems, then I ask it like, you know, is my approach here sane? You know, what are the like historical ways that people have approached this problem? I will, usually the way I use it is that I do my own research first, and then I like specifically say, I know about this like way of going about things. I've researched this specific, you know, technique or whatever, and then I ask for more information on those things and like what's the pros and cons of all those things, and you know which one should best suit me based on, you know, what I'm going to do next in a project, right? And that's how I use it. But anytime I come to it with a bug or whatever, it just doesn't know what to do. It doesn't. Oh, you mean like the absurd moves? Yeah, yeah. It's pretty funny that it. I've seen the Gotham chess videos on it. Yeah, books are really the big one for sure. Okay, so let's have we have to have a few cons here. We want a step up and a step down, and I remember them being separate. We're in world space, and world space is very, very tiny. So let's just do this. I don't know why I put. Okay, so now we're just gonna check if the floor goes down or if it goes up, right? And so we're gonna sample the ground twice now, not just once. So we want to start it at the first position. So what do we call it? Current floor, or floor change equals next floor minus original pause. If player on ground. Okay, so we avoid, so an optimization was that I don't sample the current floor, but I just assume that if we're on the ground. So if we're on the ground, and the floor change, which we have to make here, so ground minus cam pause done. See, hey dustmite, hey you. I'm sorry, I really suck at pronouncing names, and I'm just gonna fuck it up. I don't know if you know about the book that I've been reading, Kial, but I've been reading it's underneath a pile of clothes right now, but I've been reading CSAPP, which is computer science, computer systems, a programmer's perspective, computer science. Anyway, if we are lower than the step up, okay, so the step down is actually going to be negative, right? And so we're just seeing if we're inside the range. Whoops. Then we want to add the floor change to our Z. Very important. And we have that temp Z because we don't know if it's guaranteed yet. So we set our temp Z, it's always going to be the original position. We want to make it a different thing because we are going to actually touch original position, and we need it to not be the temp. For some reason that's going to become apparent later. Deathroid? What's up, Deathroid? That's a badass name. Pick an area and learn it from books without rushing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I agree. So we're gonna do temp Z plus the floor change, and this is basically means that we are assuming that we're gonna follow the floor in this case. Otherwise, we're gonna leave the ground, right? And we have a bool that says step up. If I remember correctly, this actually isn't necessary. I think I got rid of this. Now, how do I go through this with the least amount of pain? I think we don't worry about this. I mean, so the tricky part now is that we're only finding the density that is underneath us, but not actually the density that might be in front of us. Okay, so you see how we are now sticking to the ground, like instead of like flying around all the time. It's kind of like here we left the ground obviously, but then we're like on top of the ground most of the time too. So it's kind of working. You probably have to play around with the values a bit. Now the problem is, like, what about walls, right? So if you go through this wall, you're just gonna go on top of it, right? So there has to be some level of normal steepness that we're going to not allow us to clip over, right? Because right now what we do is, if we are less than the ground and we're less than 0 and our cam isn't on the ground, then we're going to go on top of it. Oh, also this temp Z, we don't even use it. So in this case, for right now, let's just automatically validate the temp Z. I don't know. We're just gonna hit the ground always. Yeah. It's this that's the problem. We just never hit the ground. Also, this should be... Let me try this. So what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to make it so that when we're on the ground, okay, that's actually what we want to see, because now we can test these values. Okay. It's ground minus the cam pause. So if it's greater, then it's going to be a step up. I guess we can't ever leave the ground. Yeah, maybe I should have some way to tell if we're going too fast and hitting the bottom. How do we check if it hit ground? Hit ground. That's the function. The ground threshold was 0 and the velocity was 0 and not less than or equal to 0. The problem is +1 follower, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that now we're just never really hitting the ground. Oh, maybe it's because we're not supposed to do cam pause.z, but proposed. Yeah, we weren't doing proposed. This might make things buggy because now the code is actually going to work. Why do I stream? That's a valid question, I guess. I don't know. I get lonely, to be like 100% honest. I don't think it makes me any more productive. Definitely not, right? But, you know, I don't really talk to anybody other than like my fucking cat, so that's kind of my my connection to the outside world, I guess. I hope that, you know, that's a satisfactory answer, I guess. Maybe, you know. Proposed Z is less than ground. I like games like this. OpenGL and more on YouTube is very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope, you know, this is gonna be like available on my website, I guess, when it's finished. But yeah, I will let you know. You can join the Discord for any updates. I don't know if it's gonna be like necessarily a game, but the idea is kind of like a space simulator where you like can simulate planets and walk around on them, based on, you know, the you can check out what it looks like from space. I don't have it enabled right now, but like the whole universe is kind of simulated. Right now I'm just trying to make the planets walkable. Take pride in it. I could never stay like that. What do you mean? like proposed Z is less than the ground. Why does it not hit the ground? Not hit the ground running. Yeah, I probably need to validate it some other way. I probably have to keep looking at the code. Ground thresh is 0, so this should work exactly the same as this. I'm independent is what I should take pride in. I guess. I mean, I don't not take pride in it, but I also think it's kind of dangerous to like romanticize, I guess, my like you know, disconnection and like isolation from society. I don't really enjoy it very much, but it kind of has to be this way. But you know, to some extent, it's not bad. Yeah, you know. So, but what was my first step to start coding? I don't think I would have ever like became a programmer if it wasn't for learning to program in school. Like when I was a teenager, I took AP Computer Science, and you know, just from the beginning, I just would come home and then I would code, and then I started like doing my own projects just because I liked doing it. You know, I made Minesweeper, and then I brought it to my teacher, you know, and you know, we would play games that I would make in class, you know, with my friend next to me and stuff like that. And so that was, I guess, my first step to code. You know, what's up, Devil Gaming? But yeah, I don't, you know, without that class, probably not. I never went to college for computer science, but yeah, that class is definitely. It's the same reason why I'm kind of pushing my little sister to take that class. Just to see if she's got the gene or whatever. What am I doing? I'm working on. I have a noise function that's generating terrain in real time for planet surfaces, and I'm trying to kind of port over my game engine collision logic into this so that it feels a bit more realistic. Because right now it just kind of feels like you're floating around on it, and you know, I want it to feel a bit more realistic, I guess. But yeah, I'm kind of like reading through my existing code, and I'm trying to figure out how to exactly do it. If we are on the ground and the floor changed, did I do on ground here? I did. Maybe this. Let's see. Let's just literally printf step up. I just want to see if we do step up. I should get rid of all this frame information. We are. We're stepping up even though we're staying still. Is that normal? Is that normal? Oh, I was looking at this. Is that normal? Yeah, I guess it is normal. Even if you're staying still, then step up is fine. Yeah, that makes sense. We also never do velocity times dt. I'm not sure if that's necessary, considering that our velocity function already takes into account dt, no? No, it doesn't. Okay. Well then, we should probably dt it. I mean, that's not gonna matter, but whatever. And also, shouldn't you make it so the character can't climb? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm working on, right? That's what this step up logic is this is the maximum amount we can step up, and this is the maximum amount that we can step down without leaving the ground. Over programming it? No, yeah, that's exactly what I'm working on here. That's what this is, right? If the floor change within a tick is greater than our step up, then we don't do this and we just exit out. So that's what's happening. But yeah, if the floor change is less than the step up, then we have to obviously, collide. But there needs to be some surface resolution that needs to come after it. What I'm trying to figure out right now is why we're always like leaving the ground. I think it's because we aren't. Yeah, maybe it's because we're. Yeah, let's do some investigating here. Let's get rid of the this just so that we can see what we're doing. What other printout is there? There's here and exiting, which I don't really know where that's coming from. I'm pretty sure it's in here. It isn't. I have no clue where that is. We can find it in a little bit, I guess. Oh, it is in here. Okay. Oh, that's when we exit the program. Well, I don't know where here is. I'll find it later, or I'll find it right now. There it is. Okay. It's because when we... Right now we should never be leaving the ground though. Oh, we have cam on ground equals false here. I see. I see. Why is cam on ground a property and not a function? It's a field and not a function because we... What do you mean? We shouldn't be checking for ground every time we need to check if the camera's on the ground. Absolutely not. It's a flag that we set once when we hit the ground, and we turn it off when we leave the ground. Do I use AI for programming? No. No. Or, I mean, I use it when I want to check something, but I never, like, act like, I don't have, like, codecs or whatever. So here we never hit the ground, and that's the problem. I'm just wondering why our cam velz isn't going downwards, and that's kind of okay. So this is what I want to check now. I want to check if gravity is being applied. If cam isn't on ground, then our vel, maybe we want to apply it regardless. No, probably not. Okay, here's something we can do. Here's something that we can do. We need to reactively check if we are or aren't on the ground. Okay, so for now, what I'm gonna do instead of returning here, or we will return here, but we need to have an else if we are on the ground, but we didn't do the step up and step down. Just for now, we don't want to keep this forever. What is the camera example exactly? The restoration of the 3D space at a certain angle. I mean, it's just matrices, yeah. Add flying spaghetti monster. I don't know about that. Is definitely different entities. I mean, yeah, it's not a game engine. In my game engine, I have a player struct and a camera struct, and there's different. But obviously, for this, it doesn't really make sense. So if our floor change is greater than step down, but it wasn't a step up, then we're just gonna hard code a case here where we need to leave the ground, right? And so we're just gonna do this and then return. I just want to get the cases right, and then we can clean it up later. And then we're gonna say it's not on the ground anymore. Okay, so now we can only go upwards, which is kind of expected. However, I expected us to... Yeah, when I jump, we still are fine. But we aren't leaving the ground when we walk off. If our floor change is greater than or equal to the step down, maybe... Oh, it's less than or equal to a step... yeah, it is. Wait, so this is supposed to be the opposite way around. No. This is checking if it's in the middle. Okay, yeah. What's the basic theme? I don't really think it's a game. It's more like a, science simulation sort of thing. If you want to see like my game engine, then you can, check out the VODs of that, but... Okay, so now we're just going to go through it because we don't have any logic to push out. But obviously, so this is greater than our step size, and so we reject it. But over here, it's... Oh, no, we don't have any step-up logic anymore. Okay, but... When we walk off of a cliff, then we go down now, which is what we wanted. Okay, got it. So the reason why I didn't have this inside of my game engine, right, is because this is implied, right? And so this is just this, right? And then we deal with just collision in general. Maybe we should do the same thing here. However, it's not going to be easy. Okay, so let's start with the check collision function. We want to check collision with propose, and temp z. And this is the original position is going to be our starting z. Okay, so... Yeah, so we're going to have a new function here called... There it is. It's the... This is the same theme from Deep Red. It's got the same da-da-da-da-da. So we're gonna do the same thing here. We're just gonna take in a vec3 final and float start z. And what do we need here? we do need actually the surface normal. So let's just have vec3 pointer normal. What else is necessary here? Ooh. I don't think anything else is super necessary. I think we have a bool for step up, and then we'll get rid of it if it's not necessary. Step is if we're stepping up or stepping down. I think that there is a reason for it, but so if we were on the ground and the floor change is less than, okay, and we were stepping, then we change the original and the proposed. But for now we have the temp Z. Okay, so basically what this is doing is we validate it with the Z, and then if we didn't collide, then we say, okay, we are stepping up or stepping down. So that's why. So for example, this would be like, in this case, it would be if we didn't find a collision, then we validate step Z, right? So if step, then we want to finally put the Z into cam. Pause.z equals plus equals floor change. Proposed.z plus equals floor change. And the current floor equals next floor. So the current floor is our rolling floor that is ground. So I think so, right? Our current floor is, no, our current floor is this, is the floor at our start position. So we have to actually get that, because we're translating the player camera into multiple different directions, into a direction, right? And then checking if we did collide there. And if we didn't, then we're saying, okay, we can't go in that direction. But if we can't, then we need to push out by the surface normal, which is what we're gonna do next. But yeah. If anybody wants to, you know, make a game engine, this is kind of what it's like. But yeah. Hopefully I won't have to actually copy all of the code. Anyway, so the current floor is going to equal I think you do this. I mean, it makes kind of sense. No, equals next floor. And what's next floor? Next floor is ground. Okay. Okay. So now we validate, now that there's no collision, we validate our cam pause with proposed, and that makes complete sense. Obviously we don't have to worry about player Y versus cam Y. And now we have to actually look at the, so, and then if we do hit a collision, then we have all of this stuff. This stuff I'm going to just pretty much copy word for word. This is just what it seems like. It is just us pushing out by the normal of the surface that we collided with, and that's literally it. And then we have a final collision check down here, which just resolves the Z finally. Okay, so this resolves X and Y, and then this resolves up and down, right? Z. So that's what we're gonna do next. Okay, so let's figure out, we need to put into here, final is just going to be proposed. Our start Z is going to be just cam pause dot, no, this is actually the temp Z that we just did, right? That's the one that has the step size. We're gonna have vec3 collision normal, and we're gonna do the same thing with the sentinel value here. It's like 99, 99, 99, so that we don't have to worry about pointers. Why isn't CAN-POS-Z and propose-Z not equated to ground too? So if you're talking about right here, that's because we haven't checked if our Z is correct yet. The last collision check checks up and down, checks floor versus ceiling. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can't guarantee that a Z exists if the floor and the ceiling are going to cut them off. So that's why we resolve X and Y first, because there is an edge case, of course, where the floor and the ceiling are both where you're not allowed to go there. But yeah, I used to do it when I first started doing the logic for collision. It used to be actually separated, all of them, right? So you would resolve X first, and then Y, and then Z. But there were just too many edge cases. But yeah. But to be honest, then why update it? What do you mean? What do I mean by Z? So this is, so the floor change thing, right? So we have this logic here, right? If the camera is on the ground and the floor change, meaning we go forward and we sample the proposed position where we are going to go, right? We check if the difference between our current ground and the next ground is within some bounds, right? So if it is small enough, then our player camera can just step up, right? Because of, human legs can step up little gaps, right? And so this is what this logic says, right? If it's within those certain bounds, then we can move there theoretically. What isn't so obvious is like, can our X and Y actually do that, right? So what we do is we put it into this variable called temp_z, and then we check for collisions at that Z. If we are colliding with a wall or something, then obviously we can't move our Z there, right? So that's why we have a temporary Z here, because we don't know if it's valid yet. If there isn't a collision, then we can update it, and then we validate the Z separately that we just updated, basically. But yeah, that's why. It's also a part of like the logic here, because our proposed now is the temp Z. Does that make sense? Right? So this gets updated, right? And then you do it here. I don't know why. It is complicated. So this proposed, right? We move our proposed by the floor change, right? Basically, this is, us pushing us above the floor, and then the original position pushing us up. I think that there's just a reason with how we detect collisions with this, why we have to. Because this is the top Z, and then this is the bottom Z. And so both of them move up. Yeah. It is kind of complicated, but anyway, it's just how it works out, is that you need to validate the Z properly, because if you didn't move it up, then what would you be validating, right? What would you be validating? Because this proposed doesn't actually, all proposed is just our velocity. It's just camera position plus velocity. And so we don't really have that information on walking on the floor yet. So that's why. I want to ask, what coding should I learn first? Currently I know nothing about it. I just want to start coding. I don't really know what you should learn first. I think like just do projects and stuff. Like, you know, if you like chess, make a chess engine or whatever. If you like video games, make a video game. You know, anything like that. You don't really have to start anywhere. You know, don't let anybody tell you that you have to start doing like a fucking to-do app or whatever. You know, if you want to learn computer graphics, for example, just spend some time like, reading the tutorials and stuff about it. I wouldn't really recommend doing any videos. I don't think that there are very good video tutorials about programming. I just don't think that they really exist. I think you should just read. Try and make an operating system. I mean, if that's what you're into, then yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say that like kernel level or OS level stuff is like out of reach. I think, as long as you want to make something, you can make it. It's not really out of reach. Compiler? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like to make a compiler, you have to just like know how code works first, right? But also, I don't think like any project is too hard for a beginner. Like making a game engine or making as long as you want to do it, you can do it. Which coding language? I'm just not going to recommend like JavaScript or any sort of garbage collected language. I'm of the opinion that every new programmer should learn to manage memory and should learn about the cost of using different types. You should understand how strings work and shit. So C++. I wouldn't really recommend Rust. In my opinion, they should teach C in schools instead of Java, but yeah, that's what I'd recommend. But different people will recommend different things. But I wouldn't recommend Python or Java because you're not gonna know how to write good code if you don't code if you code in a garbage collected language. You're just not gonna learn how to write good code. Now what we're looking at on the side here is very messy code, but yeah. Anyway, so I have to figure out what's going on in this function. This function is annoying, so let's just read through it. So this is player radius, so we're doing like a bounding box thing here. We check vertical hole collision, and then we sample hole height after. And then we validate Z here. Not player jump frame. Right, because you don't want to hit the ground twice. That's also true. Yeah, this is complicated. Right. So if axis is 2, what this is saying is that this is our Z check, right? For our Z check, if we're still too low or still too high, then we just return out of this function because we can't resolve it. If we are too low or too high and it's in the X or Y check, then we can resolve it somehow. Hey, what's up, Max? My first numerical methods course started at that, yeah. Basically learned how to 8-bit computer. Yeah. I mean, that's what should be taught first, is like, I feel like that should be the basics, is like, hey, here is, I mean, that's kind of how I learned in computer science too, right? They brought us in our first day, we talked about binary, we talked about, low level stuff, like how, you know, code is compiled and read and stuff like that. But then we just learned Java, you know. So it's like, you know, it never really went in depth about it. It was like the first like few days of class we did all that stuff and like learned about like how all that stuff does, and then it was just like, okay, now we have, you know, Java strings now that are just like, you can do any, like, Java strings are just magic. Array lists are magic. Like, fuck off, you know? Work in MATLAB, yeah. MATLAB sucks. That does suck. That does suck. Okay, so here we're sampling current floor. This song gives me Pokemon vibes. I'll turn it up a bit. I'm trying to do collision right now, Max. It's kind of cursed. I do have. You're gonna like this. Wait, is it in a usable state right now? Kinda. Somebody was telling me the other day how Python syntax can go negative.
Kroger always gives you more ways to save, like low.
Oh wait, we aren't walking around on it.
Save more with digital coupons in the
Why
app.
are we not walking around on it? Please.
$1 per gallon at the pump. Discover more ways to save big.
Okay, maybe that's why.
Fresh for everyone.
I want to show Max the collision working because of how much pain it brought me. Look. It is cool. I just feel like, honestly, like, I don't know. I would never want negative indices because, in my opinion, that should be a seg fault. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of makes it makes sense, I guess, in some sense. But now you just don't know when something should go out of bounds. You know what I mean? Like, I would much rather have a seg fault than, like, it just wrap around the end and then just, like, sample garbage. I would rather know, you know, and just, like, you know, val grind it or whatever and then figure out the bug. I feel like that should be intentional, that behavior. Anyway, we can, like, walk up walls, which is what I'm trying to work on right now, Max. Is, like, doing real collision, I guess. But, yeah. If you know what's happening on the hood, it's a cool way to do it. Yeah, I mean, it is cool. Like, I get it, but, like, also, like, there's been so many times for me where I, like, have a bug where I'm reading out of bounds or whatever, and, you know, I feel like I would never find it if, in that case, you know, if it was like that. But I'm also probably just dumb as well, but I don't know. So we're gonna sample the floor. Right. So this is the interesting thing here is that this is master cell. God, this was so complicated. The spatial hashing for collision surfaces in this, but so start Z, which is that, plus the current height, which is the current height of the player. Right. And then this is the start Z. So we're not going to worry about the height of the player yet. That's just way too complicated. We'll write a note here. Check sampling for current for height of the player to see if we are too high or too low. But for now, we aren't going to worry about sampling our feet versus our head. We're just going to sample us. So I feel like that's ever the source of the bug. It's something you would never forget to look for again. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. maybe I'm just bad at finding code, but like I always get to a point now with a project where I just like val grind it and then like figure out, oh shit, I'm out of bounds at this point or whatever. Like, because a lot of the time you just won't get a seg fault, you know. So in that case, I'd be kind of worried. I also don't know. So if they do that, like, how is it like performant? Like, is it just literally modulusing like every time? I don't know. I feel like it's got to be like that's an extra, you know, instruction to every time you index into something, you know. That just seems really slow, personally. But I don't know. Maybe it's done more efficiently under the hood, but I mean, maybe it's not a modulus thing. Maybe it's like a floor thing, and then it wraps around. I don't know. Anyway, the music went out. Well, dustmite, what is your window manager? So I have both Sway and i3 on this computer. I stream from i3 because compositor issues. The Sway compositor sucks. Sway is awesome because there's just like a lot of like more things you can do with it with Windows and stuff. It's just better than i3. However, the compositor makes it borderline unusable for computer graphics. So that's I recommend, like, I like coding in Sway better than I like coding in i3, but every time I compile and I try to, you know, record off of it or whatever, there's always compositor issues. So I have an NVIDIA card, so that's probably why, but I recommend you have both in your computer, because sometimes I do things in Sway, sometimes I do things in i3. Nothing in Python is really efficient. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is just a wrapper over C, like 90% of it. What did you miss? I have been just, you know, talking and working on collision, not really anything specific. I'm just walking through the code. So we want to do it with the start Z, right? So okay. So then we check for collisions and return true if we have a collision at start Z, current height, surface normal, start end player. Start end player. Oh, XYZ R. Start end player. What is different between these? Is it really just the cell? Okay, so we're just checking in two different cells. Basically, if we're on a boundary between two different cells, we want to check both of them. Thanks. Yeah. Did I put unsupported GPU at launch? What do you mean? The problem is that, I mean, maybe it is literally that, but there's also like you can log into Sway NVIDIA or whatever, but my laptop can't. It's a laptop problem. Like, my laptop is a Surface Book 2, meaning that it's already an old architecture GPU. I have to downgrade the drivers manually myself, so it's probably got something to do with that, to be honest. But yeah, but maybe I do need like a flag or something to figure it out. But I've literally I've done a lot of searching on it, and I can't seem to get it to run things as well as i3. like it sometimes works, but there's always it depends on, you know, especially if I'm recording the screen, it doesn't work like OBS. But yeah. In the end, i3 and Sway are pretty much the same. Not gonna lie, it's very, very similar anyway. Also, I don't use like any fancy fucking features. I just literally, you know, I just the most I do is this, right? It's like the most I do, so like it doesn't matter to me. But Sway effects is cool because then you get the rounded corners and shit. But also, I just like, I don't know. I like my code to kind of look like this, and then that's it. You know. 90% of my life is just me being bored. Yeah, I mean, you gotta program. That's the deal. Okay, so how are we gonna check for collisions? That's a good question. Okay, so now we're at the point of checking the collisions. Okay, so if we didn't step and our final.z is less than current floor, current floor, I guess it's current floor. We're just sampling at start Z. Maybe sample it at NZ actually. All right, go cook, Max. I hope you you have a good time cooking. Yeah, it's either the final Z or the start Z that I'm trying to figure out. Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's just sample it at the NZ. I'm just trying to figure out like what the difference is gonna be between this and the current code. This has to be a collision, right? I feel like this has to be a collision because we aren't stepping up and we are inside a surface. So I feel like it has to be a thing. So what I'm now thinking is we take in the position, we take in the final position, and maybe we average the normals together. What we kind of want to get is the normal at exactly the position that we enter the surface. However, I'm not really sure how to get that without us doing something funny. We could do it actually the same way we do this. We could just do a find surface Y or Z. Just step in the direction that we were moving in, and then try and find where we hit the surface. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe it's not gonna work out. Like, full disclosure, it may not work out. We're basically gonna just ray march into the surface by our direction vector. We have to take in the Yeah, so let's do x, y, and z. Once again, I don't know if we want to resolve z with the rest. I haven't really thought about it yet, but let's just try this for now. So we're gonna calc dents at x, y, z, and we're gonna step through the dir. Well, maybe this isn't gonna work in this case. Yeah, this might not work. Because this is only giving us the floor itself, and so what I'm thinking about is if we have a floor and then we have this and then we have this, right? We have this Z shape and we're going into this wall. We're not going to be sampling anything that makes sense, basically. Because we would need to go up or down by the density. And we don't know if we're going up or down. Here's an idea. What if we just do... if negative d plus 0.5, I'm passing a step up. Yeah, but that step up is not what you would think. The step up is if we are actually walking up the surface. I'm thinking about like if we are flying into a surface, right? That would mean that we need to like, you know, cause a collision, right? So, or we're walking into a surface that we can't step up. That's what this case is for. Yeah, so this is... So if we ever reach a point where negative d is greater, plus 0.5 is greater than the start z, then we want to give that location. So we return yeah, okay, so we're just gonna return P0 in that case. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to ray march in the direction of us moving and see where we hit the surface. That's what I'm trying to do. But it may not work with density, with like a density field. It may not work. Let's have a step here. Their step is going to be, then we'll have a float here, scale. Let's have a scale of 0.05f since that's our voxel size. And we're just gonna scale dir by the scale. and that will be the dir step that we will go in that direction. This is basically saying if we're stepping in this direction that we moved in, when does the ground become higher, right? The question is, like, we kind of have to return something, and so I don't know. Maybe our scale should be tinier as well, I don't know. I don't know. Let's start with 100 iterations just to make sure that it hits something, and then we can go down from there. So let's find surface entry. So if we are not stepping and our Z is less than this floor, then we need to handle a collision. And so we're gonna find the surface entry using final and the dir, and we can calculate the dir obviously as we're gonna subtract final from the start. Yeah, so let's just have vec3 start, and therefore we don't have to worry about any of this. And so we're just going to do this, and then we'll normalize the direction. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to pass in the dir here. And that'll give us V, or E, the entry point. And now we want to sample the normal at E. We want to sample the normal coming out of the field at E, and it's literally just this formula. So we'll make a function for it. Find density normal. And we're gonna have the sample, and propose will get replaced with sample, and we're just sampling the normal at that location. Now we could also do a thing where we, like, you know, try linearly interpolate for the normal, but that's a bit complicated for right now. But I also did consider, right, having we sample a normal at the start position, and we sample a normal at the end, and then we average them, but not really sure if that's what we should be doing. What is D? D is our voxel size. Let's just take in a float D. Okay, so now we have the normal. And what we want to do is normal equals n. There. Okay. So here, if we have a vertical hole collision with either of these, then we return true. So here would be a return true. Technically. I don't know though. Like, how did I... Oh, right, because... Start and end... Where's start? Vec2 start. And Z was the NZ. So I sampled from both positions is what I did. Is I sampled from the final Z and then at the NZ, I think. What was the difference between these again? Just the, yeah. So the key has to be in this function. Yeah, this function is fucked up, man. This function is fucked up, man. This function is fucked up, man. Okay, so we can't do anything like this because we just don't have pre-computed holes and stuff to do that. So we probably have to improvise this. So let's think about it, right? So if we aren't stepping and our Z is less than the current floor, then it has to be a collision. Right. Has to be. But yeah. Top C is greater than seal. Sample hole height ceiling. Yeah, so basically what I did here, it's very complicated. So I checked for vertical collisions and then I did a soft collision and I returned not true. So I would put a surface normal if we are colliding in Z, and then down here I validate it. Right. But maybe we don't need something that complicated. Okay, so for now, if else, then we want to just zero proposed. We want a zero velocity and that's it. We just want a zero velocity. So let's just do cam.vel cam.camdata.camvel let's just zero the entire velocity, and we want to put, let's just do, yeah, let's just straight up return out. Okay, so I kind of want to check if this works even. Where'd my... Oh shit, wow. Look. We are hitting a wall. Look. Holy shit, I can't believe that that worked. I mean, it's not smooth at all, but we are detecting a wall. Yeah, it's not smooth because we haven't actually like pushed out via the normal yet, but that is really neat. Okay, well that worked. GG. Yeah, it was such a, that was such a long shot what I'm doing here with the ray marching in the direction of us moving to detect the wall, but actually I don't even think this is proved to work yet because we haven't actually resolved it yet, but we are finding collisions. Now the tricky part. So why isn't this working? If step we can pause proposed greater than or equal to the floor change, current floor equals ground. Probably. Huh. So our so hit ground needs to happen as a thing. So basically what we did was we only hit ground so if player is not on the ground and it's not the jump frame and it was not the jump frame, basically means this is the frame that the player jumped to make sure that he can leave the ground, right? I think we need a hit ground in its own function, and we need a hit ground when we check collision. So I think that that's what we need to do. So I think that that's the key here. So the Z is temp Z, and current floor is current floor. Okay, that's fine. So floor Z, floor, float current floor. I don't think that we need top normal because we aren't doing any of that fancy bouncing logic, any of that physics stuff. We just want that, and this will do this, that, right? Okay, so the ground will be current floor. Okay, so hit ground, we don't want to actually move the player. Yeah, we don't want to move the player. So that's the key difference here. Is we are just going to set it to current We just set the velocity to 0 and then cam on ground equals true. That's it. If dist to floor is less than or equal to ground thresh, then real floor equals height below. So if dist to floor is less than 0, or is less than or equal to 0, then we have a different thing, because only if we are under the floor, then we don't care about hitting the ground. We want to do this. We want to say that it's off the ground. And then do the was on ground thing. Was not on ground and was on ground is so fucking confusing. Like, what the fuck? Like, what was I smoking, man? There was a lot of edge cases with all of this. It was very, very difficult. So our position we don't want to change. It's actually just this. It's actually just this. Or actually, it's actually just that. Okay. So it's actually just that. Okay. Okay, so we don't need any of this anymore technically. All we need to do is validate the Z. So let's not worry about that yet. All we need to do is validate the Z. I'm just gonna try to copy my own homework here. But if it doesn't work out, then we'll have to probably write our own logic for it. The good thing about writing this once is that I don't have to write it again. You know? That's the good thing about going through all the pain the first time. So what we're putting into here is original pause to completely. So this isn't temp Z, this is proposed.z, or this is can't pause.z. So that's just can't pause. Right, so this is so this is why it's interesting, because now you're using the new x and the new y. Okay, that should technically be it, but I don't think that that is it. I think that probably inside of check collision we need some extra logic for if it's axis too. We needed to hit ground here. We may not need to take in. Yeah, we need to do the. Yeah, we need to do axis. Because we need to know if we're checking Z or not. Maybe I don't need to resolve Z separately, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's try something here. Let's just try hitting ground regardless. Maybe final Z? Just hit ground once there, and alright, let's just try it like that for now. Okay. This is supposed to be plus 0.5. Okay, so we do get stuck in walls, which is kind of to be expected. Okay, we can't walk up, we can only walk down. Yeah, we can't walk up. Or we could walk up there. Huh. Why do I get stuck in walls? Because we don't actually resolve to push it out. I just, for simplicity right now, I just made it so that you just get stuck, basically. Because I didn't want to... Doing the logic for that is just going to introduce bugs. Why is it that you can't walk up sometimes and then you could just like... It's close. There are some edge cases though. Yeah, it is close. Yeah, we need to resolve Z separately. Because of this. Yeah, if it isn't a step, then obviously we aren't going to change this. But even regardless if it's a step or not, we change X and Y. Yeah, I think the key is probably the resolution stuff. To be honest, I think that... But even though this doesn't happen sometimes and we still... I think we need better collision detection. I think that that's what it is. I think that this isn't good enough. Oh, wait a second. That's because this is supposed to be 0.5. This is negative current floor plus 0.5. Yeah. My fan's squeaking? Oh, it's probably my computer fan. Yeah, I can't do anything about that fan, unfortunately. Okay. So now we never hit the ground. If final.z is less than negative current floor, find surface z should give us a negative value unless no, it's not. It's just 0.5. It is plus 0.5 though. It is plus 0.5. Okay. That's why our vertical collisions were always different. See, this is only a vertical collision and not obviously this. We can probably cheat it. We could probably cheat it by just pushing out by the normal instead of hitting the ground at all. Probably still want to hit the ground. This is how I got through it the last time, was actually, you know, resolving vertical collisions different than Z collisions. However, doing that in this case is really hard because we don't have floor versus walls. We just have, you know, meshes. So it's kind of a bit more complicated actually. Okay, here's what I think. We have hit ground, return a boolean. And if we hit the ground, then maybe we don't check for collision because we just set it to the Z, and then we check for collision. I think that might be what I do. So if we hit the ground, or okay, so if we hit the ground, then we want to change final Z to the ground. So then we use that to check against this. Okay. We're checking final Z is less thing. No, yeah, we can't. Let's try that. We want to hit the ground before we check for vertical collisions. Okay, now we're flying. We can't walk downwards now. Got it. We can if it's a step, but otherwise we can't. Okay. And why is that? Why is that? Proposed.z has the actual, yeah, proposed.z has the actual proposed z, so I don't see why, unless we're hitting the ground every time. Oh, it's because the input already is plus 0.5. That would be why. God damn it. I might have to have a small epsilon, I guess. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. Hit ground with current floor wasn't 0.5. Did Z... Or Z doesn't have 0.5. Or maybe that it does. Yeah. That is correct. Dustmite spotted using Helix? Yeah. Yeah, back to Helix. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? I'm kind of confused, not gonna lie. Why is proposed.z not going downwards? Like, that's what I don't understand. How's the progress on the space sim? It's all right. I'm trying to get it to walk around right now. It's kind of the problem that we're trying to get collision to work. Please. Oh yeah, I don't have any velocity in the air. Man, I wanted a more simple solution than like literally porting my collision code from my game engine. This does seem fine, but walking off of edges, we just end up proposed is negative. Proposed is negative 3.37. Oh, I get it. We are not in the air. We are not in the air because we never say that we're in the air. If this the floor is less than 0.3, 0. Then we're on the ground. Oh, we need conditions, right? We need conditions to hit the ground. Bool ground hit equals false, and then we'll just say if the player, if cam.onGround, if not cam.onGround, then we want to hit ground. And let's just put that in here then. Something like this. Something like this. Because we need to know, we only want to hit the ground if we weren't on the ground. Ah, shit. Yeah, this still doesn't work. Alright, peace out. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. Duh. But that still doesn't actually... That doesn't actually tell us anything. Yeah, I did miss the assignment, yeah. It's not, I don't think that that's actually does anything though. Yeah, that's... The problem is we only apply gravity when we're not on the ground, and so we are not going off of the ground. So we have to figure out how to do that. I think there was how do I do this even in here? How did I say that we are or are not on the ground, like if we walk off of the ground? I have no clue where that is. Is it on under velocity maybe? I don't know. I don't know how I decided that last time. If we player on ground. Maybe player was not on ground was the way we decided that. Oh. Was on ground equals false. Or was on ground equals true. This is hard. I'm trying to like read my own old pipeline, but it's kind of... Oh, I see. We hit the ground no matter what during the Z check. Oh, I see. I get it, I get it, I get it. So if we weren't on ground, and it's not the jump frame. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, so like a very stupid way of doing this, right, is bool was on ground and just pull this out here. And this was on ground is gonna go into here. We need to only hit the floor once, but we're gonna check it twice. We're gonna check it twice. Got it. Was not on ground. We're not even worrying about that. Was on ground equals true. And then was not on ground equals true. We actually do need two. It's super cursed, but you do actually need true two. Just so that you know if you hit ground. We could just have a... I don't really know. Let's just have a boolean that says hit ground. Yeah. Because that's the flag that we need to check. That's the flag that we need to check. Okay, so at the start of every resolve collisions, we want to make ground hit equals false. Okay, so if not ground hit, then we hit the ground. Unless it's axis 2, and then we hit the ground regardless. If axis is 2, then and not ground hit, then we do this. Also, if not ground hit and the cam wasn't on the ground, like that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so now the cool thing is that we can just validate collision twice and do the thing that we said that we were gonna do. Yeah, I think you could just take this out of there, and then that could be that, because you already have this here, regardless. The thing is that, but you still want... You still want to handle Z collisions separately. So I think that's where it diverges. If too high or too low, return true. Yeah, okay, so let's just get rid of this. And we'll just do this at the bottom. We want to use proposed Z. And that current floor is fine. We want to hit ground regardless. Yeah, so that's all that is. We're checking too high or too low. Sorry, this is pretty convoluted. Maybe the Z isn't... I want to check if the Z is too high or too low after. You just check it after. So we need to check too high or too low is checked against the current floor, right? Right, we check the ceiling and the floor. Minus okay, so if the proposed .z is less than the current floor, yeah, you need to wait. No, you don't. Yeah, you can just do we don't have any ceilings is the thing. I don't know how to do ceilings with this. Yeah, maybe the whole thing about like ceilings is yeah, we can't do ceilings, so maybe this means that we do have to do like it a bit more continuous than how we're doing it. Yeah, we still don't leave the ground. Why aren't we hitting the ground? We set ground head to false every time, right? Our proposed Z just isn't going down. Is it this? Okay, there we went down. What else touches proposed at Z? Nothing. So it must mean that it's not leaving the ground. I guess our hit ground call is not coming true, huh? Or it's not telling us that we're off the ground. We should always hit the ground. Alright, I'm just gonna put in 2 print statements and then see what's going on. Because this is now becoming a bug, I guess. Okay, I need just the other one, just to see. Yeah, it was ground hit too. That was going off there. Yeah. Oh, man, that sucks. It's this conditional. Oh, hold on a second. Oh. No, I do it with this. I do it with this. I do it with that. Huh. Could it be temp Z that's the problem? Walking in the dark here. Alright, let's print out the values. I want to see how close they are. There's some times where it's exactly 0.5, which is what I'm wondering here. That is pretty interesting. I'm just trying to find like a good example here. Yeah, like right here. I have an idea. What if we just hit the ground? Like, what if instead of setting it to this, and we hit the ground, and then if ground hits, then cam.camData.camPause.z equals ground equals current floor. It's just that simple. Oh. Plus 0.5. Okay. Never mind, not plus 0.5 because 0.5 is already there. Ground hit equals hit ground. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's... Why do we go under the ground? Okay, I think I fixed it. Took me a while to figure it out. But I don't think that we're, like... There is some roughness. Yeah, like right there. Yeah. A way that we could do this is and cam data dot cam pause is dot z is less than the current floor. Then we set it to current floor. Only in that case. So that's probably going to help there. So basically what this is doing is it is checking to see if we are still under the floor after we do all of this, which is basically what I was doing in my other implementation, but so that's that. So now I'm pretty confident that that's finished. Sorry it took me so long. I was kind of, you know, just like trying to figure it out, right? But now we have a way, we want to check the collision normal and push out by that normal. So if the collision normal dot x isn't the sentinel, and we also have z for this collision normal, this is going to be the tricky part now. This is going to be really the tricky part now, because I've never done this in 3D. I've never done it in 3D. So I have no clue how to do it. Hopefully it won't be that bad. Okay, so we're dotting with the wish move, the surface normal, and then if it's less than 0, we do all of this. And then check for collision again. So I don't know if this dot is less than 0, what this is really. But we can do it. Because I was only pushing out by the normal, I guess. And then everything that was a slanted surface wasn't, I didn't consider. So now if I'm going to do this, then I need a more continuous way of dealing with collision. But let's just try to do it. So we have our velocity and we have the surface. So basically I think the way people do this is that they kind of do it in a looping motion until you're not hitting any surface. right? So and which move is the original proposed. However, in this case, we haven't even touched proposed, so we should be able to just do the proposed with the collision normal. Okay, so if so I'm not sure if that's necessary, but okay, so going through this, we are scaling the collision normal, so pushing out of the collision normal by the dot, and then the proposed, we are subtracting that amount. So we're pushing out of the surface by the normal. That's it. Okay. So we need the original pause. The good thing is that we haven't touched camp data, yet, so that's good. This should work the same in 3D. Should. Okay, so I don't really know about the epsilon. I read it somewhere that it's good, but not really sure. And then we want the velocity to then equal the adjusted amount. And we changed the velocity directly here. And we're just gonna scale by the adjusted by 1 over dt. Oh, I had a dot there, my bad. What was I calling it? Delta time? Was it delta time? I don't think it was dt. Well, that's sucky. To be honest though, Camvel doesn't even have delta time in it yet. We never did that, so we're just gonna set it to adjusted. The annoying thing is that this is annoying, so we're just gonna assign it like this because it's a vec4 velocity. Okay, so that's just the first one. And now let's see what that looks like. Doesn't really feel great, not gonna lie. Whoa, 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 chill. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy shit. Okay, we went pretty fast. We went pretty fast. Okay, that's pretty fast. Wish move needs to be normalized. No. Oh, it's proposed minus the original. Okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Got it, got it, got it. That is also just the velocity, by the way. There's no difference. Okay, I don't think that changed anything. Alright, let's do some, I guess, investigating with... You should normalize this, no? That should be normalized, I feel like. Or maybe not. Oh, we also never move out by proposed. Right. We want to check collision again. Okay, fine. We'll do it again. What do I need to do it with? It's the... Also, why is this not... This is supposed to be... something like that. It's supposed to have the temp C and not the... Okay, so we never push out by it because we never check collision again. But yeah, so I think it's the same call to check collision. Yo, what's up, cheese? I think it's completely sane to check collision again here. And then we just do the velocity equals 0 if we get stuck. Otherwise, we want to do this and then validate the proposed by moving everything to proposed. Okay. Okay, I have no clue if this is gonna work, but zero clue if it's gonna work. Yeah, the same thing happened. The same thing happened. Huh. I may need to solve it differently. I may need to solve it differently. Very cool, thanks. I'm just trying to work on the collision so that we don't get stuck. Oh. We weren't even getting into there. Oh wait, maybe we were. No, yeah, we definitely were getting into there. I'm just being very stupid.
Beyond prevention, we have detection and response built in.
But what if we didn't?
Let's try just this. I doubt it. Maybe you're not supposed to normalize this. Oh, this is supposed to be less than. Duh. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? Oh shit, we're fucking going through objects now. Okay, that is actually feels correct though. Kind of feels correct. What time is it? I don't really know. It's 4:17. That feels kind of good. Like we're not getting stuck in walls anymore. I wish that we could like project our velocity up on the surface rather than stopping completely. So I think we probably have to do this to do that. Maybe in a bigger epsilon. We just want to push out by the normal so that we don't get stopped again. Yeah, we also want to check around in player radius rather than just if we're inside of a wall. That too. Oh man, come on. God damn it. Oh man. What I would do to have a computer that doesn't have a fucking fan like this, man. Can't even test anything. Maybe even a bigger epsilon. Also, this is divided by dt. Interesting. Instead of times dt. I guess that's because our original proposed multiplies times dt. We don't, so there's no need for us to actually divide it out. Does original pause get changed here at all? No. No, so that should be the original, completely the original pause. Let me do like very minimal research on this right now. Experience state-of-the-art reasoning and deep multimodal understanding with Gemini 3 in AI mode. I press yes. Fuck, we're using AI, no way. Okay. Multiply that result times the normal vector. That's what we did. Yeah, yeah. Subtract twice that component from the original velocity. Subtract twice? Subtract twice. It says to subtract twice. Alright, we're gonna trust Gemini on this one. Let's just do it twice. It said try it in AI mode, and I pressed yes. Being a coder, what is my opinion on AI taking over the world? I don't know. I don't really think that it's very relevant to me because I don't know. I don't think like any of my skills are gonna get replaced by AI. You know, like it's not like I'm like doing like web dev or something, so it like kind of doesn't affect me, I guess. Like maybe if I was like, I don't know. It's not to say that like web dev doesn't take skill or whatever, but it's not. I don't think AI is really good at doing what I do. You know what I mean? So, well, this kind of works. That kind of works. What if we do it regardless of the dot? Then we're just gonna speed away from the surface, I think, at certain angles. I kind of want to just like project along the surface though. But maybe you'll probably need like some, you probably need some special logic there to do it, because you're just gonna get stuck here. How would I do that to make smooth collisions? It's kind of hard with such a rocky surface, you know? It's kind of hard with such a rocky surface. Here's my kind of idea about it. Let's push out by more than this. Let's push out by like 0.01 or something. And let's also have a player radius for detecting collisions. Let's just have this up here. And then this will be what we detect our collisions with when it comes to oh right, we do it like this. Yeah, this is kind of not the best. That's kind of not the best way to go about things, I think. Fuck. Yeah, because we just check if our Z is under the floor. We don't actually check. We don't actually check if we're inside the surface or by how much. We could check the surface entry and then like literally say if vec3 length of the length between final and E is less than that radius. If it's greater than or equal to radius, just return true or return false. Okay, go to sleep. All right, good luck. Thanks for your good luck. Have a nice competition. Alright, so now we're only going to say that we're colliding if we're inside of the radius. And the radius is the same as the amount that we push away from the surface. Oh, it's close. I didn't really think today was going to be explicitly a collision day, but it kind of became like it. We are hitting ground twice as well. I don't think that matters though. Isn't it supposed to be minus the collision normal though? Oh no, it isn't. Or maybe it is. Isn't that minus? Shouldn't it be minus? Yeah, I think hitting the ground twice gave us some bugs. We tried like exaggerating this a lot, I guess. See what it actually is doing. I want to see what the normal is like. Like, push me out. It's not actually pushing me out. I wonder if we're getting a normal back. We have to get a normal back. There's literally no way that we don't. It's like a no way that we don't, because unless it's this is making us always return false. Which I guess is technically possible. Okay, I think that was pushing us out. It's hard to tell. You'd also just like do one just to see what exactly it is. Also, we gotta just like hit the ground no matter what. Okay, I have a feeling that the normal is always directly upwards. And we're not getting the normal of the wall. Let's print out the normal that we get when we collide. Yeah, I have a feeling we're getting the top and not the side. No, actually. Maybe I have to negate it. But -2 would be... Yeah, it probably is plus. It is probably totally plus, actually. Especially the -2, so you're coming... Yeah, absolutely, it is plus. I don't know why I thought it was... minus. Yeah, there we go. See? So we are going out by the surface normal. So that is correct. It's just, I think our velocity just isn't our velocity doesn't change like we want it to. That's the problem. I almost thought like maybe we should negate the normals because of what we previously know, but I don't think so. Maybe it was wrong to subtract twice. I didn't have it as subtracting twice in my old engine, but yeah. Yeah. It just makes you go away from the surface instead of against the surface. Also, this is supposed to be, no, it isn't. Don't be stupid. It is too, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I want to like smoothly interpolate by the normal. I typed in project velocity against normal, and it came up project velocity against normal. Like I'm planning a project. Okay, so maybe I should just add the two vectors together and stop being stupid. Instead of like all this nonsense, what I can do is I just like average the two vectors together. Can't I just do that? Like why? It would be just Just like that, dude. Like, like that. And then just forget the rest of the shit. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, yeah, I do have to. Okay, I just want to see what this does. I'm just curious to see what this does. That's kind of what we want. Okay, well, that's not what we want. That was not what we wanted. That's kind of what we want. It's just annoying that it picks up velocity. I think that's absolutely fine. The problem is that we are accumulating velocity. I thought that scaling by the length of the velocity would be what we want. Maybe you need to renormalize actually. Yeah, I don't think that we needed to think so hard about like solving the collision on this. Since the terrain is so rough, you kind of just want to slide off of walls anyway. Now I think we just divide it by 2 or something. Like, just divide this by 2. And then it's all cool. Now let's just replace it like this. check for collision again and then just resolve it like this. Alright. There we go. We got there. It took us a while, but I figured it out. I mean, yeah, I think that this is serviceable enough for me. Like, I think, like, for a space simulation, the collision is now good enough. Like, we're never gonna, like, want anything more than this. I'm pretty happy with it. Like, it's alright. It's not, like, the greatest thing in the world, but it's not bad. Especially for it being against, like, you know, an arbitrary surface is kind of good. We can also change radius. I think making radius, like, 0.2 would be a little bit more, you know, better. So yeah, there you go. There we go. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. So collision is done. The cool thing about having the collision done is that we can like warp the field as much as we can. I just want to see what we can do with it if we add another layer of noise onto it. I just want to see like what we can handle, I guess. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Is just limit test it a little bit. Just by adding one more layer of noise. One more layer of noise and we see, let's see what we get. Oh yeah, already feeling the lag. Already feeling the lag. Already feeling the lag so hard. Yeah, so this is why. Oh, we died there for a second. I'm very blessed to have found your channel. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I think maybe due to the lag, it's kind of... Yeah. Yeah, I think the lag just makes it feel a lot worse. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, that sucks. But it is FBM. So my goal next is to also my calc density is getting called when I'm the greatest of all the devs on YouTube. I'm not really sure about that one. But I really appreciate that compliment. So this density we don't need. This we don't even need. We don't even need any of this because we use calc. We use fine surface Z everywhere. So is it a Pentium 4? Would I work on? It's actually an i5. It's a Surface Book 2, so it's got an i5 and a 1050 in it. Do I exercise for health? I try to do planks, but I honestly am bad at keeping up with it. It's bad. Like I'm very like skinny, but I also, you know, it's like my heart is bad and stuff. So I just like I'm not that great about it, you know, so that's kind of on me, I guess. So we calc density here and we calc density here. So we calc density. Oh, wow. Find surface entry is doing this a billion times because we forgot to do only 10 times. Yeah, so that might be a bit of the reason why it was a bit laggy. Let me try calc density just on our end. Blessed to be able to in the stream of someone so talented. Wow. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna be under the ground here. Okay, so it looks like actually it's fine on the CPU, but it's on the GPU where things get a bit crazy, unfortunately. Unless me getting rid of that was the bottleneck there. Yeah, super laggy. Little tiny bit better, but yeah. Next goal is to not use FBM. We don't want to be lagging like this. This is only generating 2 chunks, by the way. So, and only 1 layer of noise. So I don't want to have FBM permanently. Because that's a lot. I feel like we could probably do like a 3D texture for noise as well. But yeah, I wonder if we can actually just like move FBM into a 3D texture. I don't know what the if that is like an optimization you can do, because the thing about the FBM thing is that this peak can be any value. It's kind of the problem. It just like automatically wraps around internally because of the modf stuff. But let me actually look that up. 3D texture noise FBM. Yeah. The FBM node outputs a 3D fractional Brownian motion texture. Interesting. Takes in a noise value, the scale X, Y, and Z, and the persistence. Interesting. So there's this material maker thing on GitHub for it. Yeah. The thing is, you lose the ability to do like frequency modulation and all this like amplitude and frequency and all that. So yeah, that is the downside. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to do FBM in 3D in real time, I guess. So Book of Textures says that, or Book of Shaders kind of says that we're shit out of luck here, so I'm gonna trust them on it. So unless we want to pre-compute everything, I think we have to switch to a 3D noise texture. Let's see how to do this. I think the goal, in my opinion, is probably to I don't know. Because we're only doing one chunk right now. Like if we want to stress test it with our current, let's stress test it just to see how in dire need of a thing we are. So right now we are doing two, both at the first LOD. So now let's just do, let's do a few more at one LOD. So let's have one here. Let's have one here. Let's have one here. Let's have one here. Here. 3, 4, 5. Now this is a lot. It might actually just like straight up break the computer, but because we're doing it all in one frame. Okay, it's actually not that bad, though I'm only seeing one LOD. This is chunk ID. Oh, we didn't actually change chunk count is the problem. No, it isn't the problem. Let's try to get rid of this one. And then try to change that one down to chunk 1 just to see. Oh yeah, so it is over there in the distance. It's just hard to kind of see. It's kind of like it's impossible to see. Huh. Why is it so impossible to see it? It kind of looks like our view plane isn't far enough, but it definitely is. That is definitely far enough to be seeing it. Try to get rid of all the other chunks, I guess. I'm guessing that okay, that does seem fine. The only reason it seems weird is because that one's above the ground. If I do this chunk instead, it'll seem more normal because it's not up in Z. If it goes up in Z, that means like it's above level, so that's why. Yeah, so that one's just like over there. It is like the only reason we can see like through it is because we can't see the other chunks. But what is interesting is that it seems incomplete. So I'm kind of worried that we're running out of space on the chunks in the buffer itself somehow. Maybe I hard coded it down to 2 somewhere else. We got a chunk count here. And that should just do it to the chunk count. I think we gotta get rid of that so that we can go into this and investigate here. Mesh vertex SSBO. We're setting to 0. Chunk vertex offsets. Size of int times chunk ID. And this is, what is this? Yeah, that's fine. There's no way that we would run out of space here with max chunks at 32, right? Let's try changing this back down to 8. What am I developing? I'm developing like a space simulator. I have like an end body sort of thing going on, but I also, okay, so that fixed it. So, but I also have this like on the planet sort of terrain generation thing going on. So it's like a couple of different things. Okay, so we ran out of VRAM is the problem. That is the actual problem. I'd bet my money that now it works with all the different chunks. Okay, no. No. And we do set chunk count to 5. It should technically be 6. I wonder if we're hitting some sort of limit. Now we got 4. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm just being dumb. I think I'm being dumb. I'm just literally being dumb here. This should be, if we want to check, this should be negative chunk world size. Let's just do some at negative chunk world size. I don't know why I was so adamant on having it in one direction. I think that's what it is. Can I tell you how to learn C? Please tell me I'm a big beginner. I think just like write C and then you'll learn it along the way. Like just learn the basics of it, and then I think just like make some projects with it, like whatever you're interested in. Just, you know, put some pen to paper and just, you know, start working on it. Programming is not about skill, it's about experience, so it's got nothing to do with skill. Okay, this will give us a better kind of sample of all of it. Okay, do I not know how to fucking code? Yeah, but now we can see the ground underneath us, which is correct. Do I not know how to code or what? So we have one forward. Oh wait, hold on. That's obviously not. Yeah, that one's not. Oh wait, no, that is correct because you want to have one at there and then. So one in X, one in Y. One in Z, one in negative Z, one in negative X and negative Y. I want to repaste my thermal paste on my PS3. Yeah, I mean, go for it. Which projects you should do? Anything that that excites you. Literally, I mean, doesn't matter if you want video games, then just do a project on video games. You know, it's completely up to you. Don't think of anything as too hard. In fact, do hard things. Don't do easy things. Oh man, i3 lock apparently just got started up at some point, and now it's not gonna go away, so shit sucks. Yeah, it's very annoying because we should have like a kind of square around the player right now, and we're not. Try making Pong and Raylib, yeah. Okay, I guess we do have a square around the player. It's just, yeah, we are definitely starting to lag. We do have a square around the player. It's just that a lot of it is dark because we don't have it under that, right? And so it just doesn't look like a lot, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like honestly, yeah, I feel like even with an LOD chunking system, we're gonna run into problems with the current noise. But I'm thinking like if I want to do the chunking system now, or do I want to get the noise more under control? I don't know. I think we have to do the chunking system now. Anyway, I think that for some reason, setting this to 32 breaks it. Possibly. Yeah. Or maybe not. No, I think it does. Yeah, without a doubt does break it. So if we request too much memory from OpenGL, then it just says FU, which fucking sucks, man. Really, really sucks. Hey man, hope you're doing great. Thanks. Thanks for streaming so consistently, being such an inspiration. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you get that out of it. So that does make me quite happy about it. Yeah, this is gonna be complicated because let's say we have a max chunks of 32, which actually sounds sane based on how far we can see, right? It's just that the last chunks are gonna have like low LOD, right? The problem is we can't actually say that this is max density resolution times max chunks, because obviously most of these chunks are gonna have like not full max density resolution, and so of course the final like way of going about this is just allocating this buffer as we go, and just like mallocing and then reallocating it based on, you know, whatever we need to do. Yeah, it kind of sucks to have to do all the, I just don't want to do like all of the complicated logic that goes into that right now. I'd much rather just like set it to some variable and then see later, but I don't want to like index out of bounds here, so we should probably just like do some math here. So let's just have 3 chunks max LOD, and then let's have 6 chunk, or I guess 1 chunk max LOD. Let's just do that for now, and then let's have 3 chunks, or 27 chunks half LOD, and then after that we'll have like 90 chunks quarter. I don't even know if we're gonna be able to reach that. I don't even know if we're gonna reach that. Well, let's write it out right now. 27 is a lot, but that's surrounding it in a cube, so I don't think we will reach what we want here, unfortunately. I don't know if OpenGL is going to allow us to do this. I think we're going to go, we have too many vertices. The good thing is that these vertices technically have a color element to them that we can remove, but if we want to texture things later, we need to have the vertex data, so we can probably find a way around it, but I would prefer not to. So let's just do max LOD max and then go down and do the rest. This is gonna be define half density resolution 32. The good thing is that these are unsized in GLSL, so it's not actually that painful for us to deal with. Hey, what's up, Wad? I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well too. I don't know if we're gonna get away with it, but it's worth a shot. Also, technically, we don't have to allocate to 15. It's just necessary because of you know, marching cubes. To have that, since we don't know how many. I just forgot what I was doing, my bad. The quarter density, the quarter LOD max might not be able to do it, but whatever. The density is technically should be the same, but since it's floats, this is C. Yeah, it is. It is C. Okay. We drew some chunks. Not all of them. We drew 3 chunks. If I do quarter LOD max 0, no. Oh. No, no. Also, technically, we're indexing things in the other way, so that doesn't even, that's not even gonna work. How did I get the idea to create a space sim? My friend was like I should do an end body thing, and then I did the end body thing, and then I was like, okay, well, this is kind of, you know, it's not that it was easy, it was just kind of, you know, it's been done before so many times. And then I was like, okay, I want to do something more, so now I'm doing this. Chunk count 7. Yeah, so well, this does definitely put a, this is a bummer for sure. It's a real bummer, because I'm sure if we do this, yeah, then we get more. So I don't, so here's what I think. I don't think it has anything to do with the amount of our, let's put them at 4 and 5 now, skipping some. Yeah, now we lost it. Well, that sucks. I don't know why that is. I thought that it was because of memory, due to OpenGL being a jerk, but now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure. Like your ideas sounds like yours. Yeah, thanks. I try to make cool things, I guess. Okay. So actually bringing the memory down made it worse, right? Yeah. Oh no. Or maybe not. I didn't have it at 3 and 4. Huh. No, yeah. Bringing it down made it worse. So it's not downwards, it's actually... Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like check for errors from OpenGL here. Do I have a degree? I don't have a degree now. I guess it's hobby, but I mean, I consider it work, I guess. I don't know. I hope one day that it's, you know, I don't know. when people like say like, oh, I'm a hobby programmer or whatever, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't consider it a hobby. I don't know. Can I get the boilerplate for a GL enum? Error. Where would I have that? I probably have it here. I do. So I'm just gonna check here to see. The way I do this is I just do this to see if we get a error before or after. We get no errors with everything at max. Let's try max chunks here. Unless it's silently failing or something. Nothing. Let's try it all the way at the bottom. Maybe it's something with the indirect buffer when we're at max chunks. Nope. Okay, so maybe it's something actually where we're doing it in the shader itself then. Maybe it's how we're doing it in the shader itself though. So this gives us our base, which is that times the chunk ID, which should work absolutely fine. And we're adding it to vcount plus equals the base. Should absolutely be fine. It's like to pursue a PhD. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I would have probably really liked grad school, but just never kind of got the chance. Maybe one day. Max density resolution +1. Chunk ID. The thing is that the first few chunks seem fine. It's just the last ones that are bad. Here's what I want to see. I want to see in indirect. When we do this, I want to read out the counts for each one and the firsts. So let's read them back, just so that we know what's going on inside of them. Okay, so after we create our planet meshes, I want to go through chunk count, and I want to read out the indirect buffer. I need to bind buffer base it. Actually no, I need to just bind buffer I'm just gonna bind it as a shader storage buffer and that'll be fine, I think. We're gonna read out just an int. I might be wrong, but I guess your parents either couldn't afford. No. Well, I mean, I went into debt to go to college, but I went to college for music because it was what, I was probably always supposed to be a programmer, but I ended up just I landed into a music internship, and therefore I went to a very good art school for music, which put us in a lot of debt, right? And so after that, I kind of never got the chance to go back. I never finished school at all. So that's the story of my life, Which it kind of sucks, but is what it is. Can't really do anything about it. That's alright. It's not a. It's many years ago. But I mean, I should have never went. It's just like I got an acceptance to this very, very good school and then I went out there and did not want to keep going. Where am I from? I'm from New York originally, but now I live in the southern East Coast. God, I turned off i3 lock specifically. I got rid of it from my configuration, and just for this, and now it's still going on the other computer. So we want to just printf the count. Oh, wait, I'm being dumb. We just never hit the ground, so of course there's gonna be no counts. So they do have counts. They do have counts. They just aren't getting drawn. These are completely reasonable counts. Okay. Okay, well that answers a few of my questions. Let's go into the shader. And see what we can see. So let's just do 11111. What age am I? I'm 25. What age did I start programming? When I was 16. But I haven't been programming the whole time now. What's up, Luca? I don't know if you're the Luca. So there's a Luca that's a long time viewer. He's a sysadmin now, which is pretty cool. Okay, so it has nothing to do with the normals, which is good. Maybe it's GL vertex ID. That's the problem. Let me actually look that. You're the one and only? That's great to hear. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. I'm just trying to figure out GL vertex ID indirect drawing. Does GL vertex ID, that should be correct, right? Oh, wait a second. Multi-draw indirect. Oh, the J Stefano GitHub has a page on it. So let me see. Does GL vertex ID... I need the offset. The base vertex. in addition to whatever index is read. Pseudocode for how GL vertex could be set by the driver. For command count, GL vertex is command vertex plus I. Command vertex plus I, yeah. So that is exactly what I'm doing. I think I'm doing it correctly. You were 4 when you started? Jeez, that's early. You're a part-time iOS coder. That's crazy. The breaker of production. Well, that's not great. On a trip to Spain? I'm alright. I'm glad you're getting around. God, I feel like this isn't the first time you've been to Spain and been on the stream at the same time. I could have sworn that you had been to Spain before, and you were like, hey, I'm in Spain with my girlfriend or whatever. How are you? How did you code at 4? That's insane. So according to this, GL vertex ID is valid. For draw arrays indirect, this is an index offset into a bound vertex array to start reading vertex data. Bound vertex array. Aha. Okay, I see. So we just need to make a really huge fucking fake buffer that's the size of the SSBO. That's what I'm hearing here, is we just need a big ass bound buffer. We just need a really big buffer. How do I yeah, I need a vertex buffer apparently. That's what Jay Stefano says. Is not last year you were also here? Oh, that's awesome. I don't know. I feel like Spain is undeniably nice, but I've never been. You started with computers? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I had a computer. Well, I had like a family computer when I was a kid, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's just make a really massive buffer, I guess, and let's just call it there. Just make a really big fake buffer. But then it's gonna be all weird about it. It's gonna be all weird about it, bro. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna bind it. We're gonna try to bind it as the other type. We're gonna bind an SSBO as a vertex buffer and pray that that's how it fucking works. Because I have no clue if it works like that. Let's do some attempt here. Let's go GL array buffer, and we're going to do the mesh vertex SSBO, and we're just gonna hope that that's how that works out. Fucker. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Oh. Okay, so let's just do our due diligence right now and just like check if it bound correctly or if it's just like mad about it not being the right type. There's one of two options here. It's that, all right, we're gonna have error 2 and error 3. You're not the youngest version of Elon Musk. Oh God, I hope not. We're getting error, the first error. So that's got nothing to do with us. We're not getting error 2 or error 3. We're getting some other error, which you hate to see. But I'm probably sure that that has nothing to do with what we got going on. It's probably, you know, something up there, to be honest. Oh man, this sucks. Error 1282. Yeah, I mean, you're probably speaking my language, man. Wait, but okay, what does that mean if we have an error up there? That might actually mean something important. Let's put the error thing over here. Let's just make sure that there's no funny business going on here. Now I gotta get rid of these guys. Yeah, I don't know if hey, I thought maybe that we could get away with error 1282. Every frame you're giving me an error? Every frame you give me an error. Oh wait, this was error 2. What IDE am I using? I'm using Helix. Bro, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit, bro. If it's like one of the query things for our actually, that's probably what it is. It's probably one of these fucking things that we it probably like is one of these fucking things, I don't know. Yeah, it was. Fuck off, you asshole. I'm trying to work here, man. Okay, so it's not telling me that we have any issues. Huh. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay. I have an idea. Maybe we need to also set up the VAO for that shit. We have mesh VAO here. Fuck. Mesh VAO should be the same amount. Yeah, it is. Okay, well maybe it's not that. We already bind mesh VAO, probably. We do. Let's try to get rid of that, I guess. Maybe try GL points. Oh no, but you can't do points because it's fucking triangles, idiot. What? Function init. Shut up. I got an idea. How do you feel about an operating system with all the interface entire in terminal? Yeah, that sounds cool. I mean, you'd probably just have to make your own terminal thing for it, but yeah, definitely doable for sure. hold on. It may not be an indirect buffer. You may need a specific, not an array buffer, but a you need a draw arrays into yeah, I'm just reading this sentence. I'm just reading this sentence from the J Stefano GitHub right now, and it says vertex with first vertex offset if draw arrays indirect command, vertex index with first index and base vertex offset if draw arrays indirect command. So he wrote the same thing twice. What's the draw arrays indirect VBO? Draw indirect buffer. Wait, but this is draw indirect buffer. Is there a way to... Can you bind buffer null? Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just need to specifically do null. Last time I remember it was a 3D life simulation. Yeah, it was like the Lenia thing was it was on Windows XP, so that was really cool. But yeah, now it's like a space simulation. It's like it started like end body sim, but now it's like we're walking around on the planet itself, and that's what it's working on. Yeah, the last time I finished that Lenia project, and now it's like just like, you know, out in the world and on to the next sort of thing, I guess. Maybe I should... Oh! Aha! Wait, hold on a second. We never put a thing here. Oh, but we have one on the other end. That probably doesn't matter then. Let's do GL bind buffer, GL array buffer null. Can we do that? Or maybe, oh, but you can't pass null to it. that doesn't work. Yeah, that's not a thing that you can do. Fuck. I mean, like, what I'm trying to do right now is, do I have procedural generation? Yeah, that's the noise that we're walking around on now. It's just I show what it looks like better with the lighting on it, but yeah, it's just like Lost in Thought is my GitHub profile. Yeah. So it's just right now I'm trying to make a chunking system to make it we did collision today, and collision is kind of jank, but it's whatever. But this is what the planets kind of look like. The idea is that each planet like has different features to it. So like right now every planet has like different material makeup to it. And so the idea is that they all have like different properties that are going to generate the terrain, and like colors and I guess like different textures, I guess. But the other part of the project is like the end body sim. So this is like the part where you're on the ground of the planet, but then when you get off the planet you can see all of the other, you know, planets just like in the universe or whatever. And it can do up to like 100,000 bodies with basically the idea is you have that simulation and then the bodies come together and then they make planets and then you're able to walk around on them. It's kind of the idea, but it is still kind of janky. Anyway, what I'm trying to do right now is that I have all these different chunks with different offsets that are supposed to get drawn, but they aren't drawing. So that's kind of annoying. And it's not this divided by 3, 100% it's not. That's the amount of vertices, not the amount of triangles. Very cool project, thanks. Yeah, now it's just fucked up. Max size for indirect drawing OpenGL. Yeah. Yeah, I have no clue. It's saying that like there's no limit, so was becoming a pro? Thanks. I don't know. The job offers kind of say the opposite, but we're gonna work on a project sometimes. Yeah, I mean, if you come up with a good idea, then yeah, let me know. Fuck, man. Man, I wonder what the problem could be. I have no clue. Yeah, you can't do that, obviously. That's not it. And you can't do that either. It doesn't work. Even though it should be, like, big enough. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll just play the game, and let's make mesh VBO massive. Let's just do max density resolution. Let's just do this. Times max chunks. And oh, I didn't fucking I didn't do that. I thought I had it for a sec. Maybe I have to do this every time. I want to create a survival game with the entire Earth planet size. Yeah, that'd be sick. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Const void pointer indirect. Let me see what that is. I don't know what that is. I think that is, you don't, to buffer specifies a, oh shit. Oh no, a byte offset, no. No, yeah. Yeah, it's got to be something weird because it works with 3, but then it doesn't work with, or it works with, oh, it's annoying because if I change the max chunks down to 8, then it suddenly works. So it's got to do something with max chunks. Like Rust, yeah. Rust is cool. I never played it. Yeah, so having it at 8 works. Or at least, you know, you get like 1, 2, 3, 4. So you get 4 chunks there, which is exactly what we want. But more and it breaks. More and it breaks. And it doesn't give me an error. Sometimes I really want to like punch OpenGL in the fucking face. Like, tell me the error. Like, give me the error, bro. Like, what? Shit. All right, so to prove that it is an issue with the size, we could get rid of color as a field since it isn't in use right now. And, oh, but that might break some other shit. That might break some other shit here. Yeah, that's actually tied to a lot of things. That's actually tied to a lot of things. So that's like a big commitment to debug. Just to debug things. I could see specifically like what max chunk size it breaks and how it breaks it. So this is still fine. This is still fine. This has everything. Error is good. Yeah, I would like to know, like, when something doesn't work. I would like OpenGL to, like, tell me rather than just be like, you know, hey, you don't have your buffer. No buffer for you. It's like, okay, but, like, I need the buffer, man. I need the buffer, so... Yeah, so exactly. So this doesn't work. So now it doesn't work. And 32 gives me no error. So I'm like fairly certain that we are hitting some maximum, but yeah. It's not doing what it's supposed to. Yeah, I mean it's. I would love to know though from OpenGL, like. Here's what I wonder. So let's do only 8 genning and then see. No, still doesn't work. Just to make absolutely sure here, this is this. So let's do a size of let's just do size of vertex times max density resolution times max density resolution times max density resolution times 8, which is 8 chunks times 15. So let's just brute force it here and then see if it fixes it. I'm struggling with OpenGL. Small float error here, black screen. Yeah, exactly. Yep, so this works. This works. So it actually is, just that the SSBO is too big. We ran out of VRAM on the GPU. So that is the error. Now, did it tell us a fucking error when we wrapped it in error handling? No. It did not tell us, hey, you're out of memory, idiots. No, it doesn't tell you that. Instead, it's like, it just doesn't give you your buffer. It's like, if you're not gonna give me the buffer, you gotta tell me that you're not giving me the buffer. You know, like, you can't just like be like, oh, everything is shitty now. It's like, whatever. Okay. So we ran out of space in the SSBO, which sucks. It really sucks. So here's the thing, right? I have an idea, and you're not gonna like the fucking idea. You're gonna hate the idea. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it. It's gonna be the worst thing you've ever fucking heard. Okay, listen. We hate this. We hate it. We hate it. We hate it. We hate it.
Usually getting a phone for $0.
Usually getting a phone for $0.
But not at Verizon. Now, when you make the switch to Verizon, America's best network.
The only thing worse than OpenGL to code in is Vulkan. I mean, honestly, my whole tune has changed on Vulkan. I think I would probably be much happier in Vulkan, not gonna lie. The shit that this is that we're dealing with right now is OpenGL bullshit, man. OpenGL is, especially when you're talking about like pipeline things, and you know, Vulkan becomes easier once your project gets to a certain size. I feel like OpenGL super simple in the beginning, like, you know, you draw your triangle, you fucking do your, you know, whatever, but then later down the line OpenGL becomes such a fucking hassle because you don't have a command buffer, you don't have any of that shit. You know, Vulkan gives you those tools, just like gives you them. Oh, you want this, you want that, you want you know, it just gives you it. So my tune has really changed on it. I think OpenGL at a certain level is harder than Vulkan probably. I mean, now have I done Vulkan? No, because my computers can't support it, but I have a feeling that OpenGL, there's some things to do in OpenGL that are just way harder than in Vulkan. So talk on Vulkan, the 1,000 lines of code, but its features. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with OpenGL. Is the fact that I, in my game engine, implemented my own command buffer, my own rendering pipeline, that Vulkan gives you that from scratch. Like, you know? So, like, at least like 20,000 lines of my game engine is just me coding fucking Vulkan features. And so when people like tell me like, oh, Vulkan is so much harder, you know, why are you doing OpenGL? It's like, yeah, like, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. Oh, this sucks though. Okay, but here's what we're gonna do. We have to make this, we have to give each one an SSBO. Yeah. Each one has to have its own SSBO. Which sucks. Yeah. There's no way around it. So we needed that to actually be an array of SSBOs. This needs to be an array of SSBOs, and this density data also needs to be an array of SSBOs. It sucks. It really does suck. But it's necessary actually, because otherwise we're gonna run out of memory. We literally, what happened is we ran out of VRAM is what happened. So if this was an array of SSBOs, we could only bind one at a time, right? So that's what we have to do. It's something like a TED Talk about switching to Vulkan. The presenter adds how many rewrote command buffers. Yeah, exactly. You have to. If you do OpenGL to a certain extent, you know, this is, you know, OpenGL deprecated too. Minecraft switching to Vulkan due to the lack of features in OpenGL. So here's the thing about like switching to Vulkan. Switching to Vulkan means you are not supporting old hardware. That's the problem. Like, so as tech moves forward, we leave tech behind. So yes, it's technically deprecated, but does it run on new hardware? Yes. Does it have all the features of new hardware? No, because it can't, right? But like OpenGL as like conceptually wants to keep support for everything, right? And so even in 4.6, most of the features of 4.6 are back compatible with old hardware. Not the same can be said about Vulkan. Vulkan does not support old hardware very well at all. In fact, Vulkan's features run poorly on old hardware, way worse than OpenGL, right? And so that's the trade-off, is that, yeah, Vulkan has a lot of the shiny things, and honestly, it's, you know, in terms of modern graphics programming, is way easier to program modern things in than in OpenGL. Runs better on new hardware. However, on old hardware like mine, it just does not run, right? And so that's where I stand with the whole, like, I'm very, very defensive about, like, the longevity of old hardware, the longevity of old software. I really, really dislike the the kind of cutthroat way of the tech world. It's like, a new GPU comes out, okay, let's move everything to the point of this new GPU. It doesn't matter if people with the old GPU can't run it, It's like, it's very, very shitty, but it's the way people make money. It's because, what all the graphics programming tools are backed by? Fucking NVIDIA. Okay, fucking NVIDIA, who wants to push out a 5090 every year, 6090, make $1 billion off of it because of all the graphics API's new features. It's like it's just a giant circular machine, Ouroboros. So that's the very reason why I hate graphics programming, just as a conceptual thing nowadays. I really, really, I have my annoyances with it, because I feel like at some level graphics programming is literally just a way to make the rich richer. Like, if you think about it. I'd agree to an extent there has to be a cutoff. I mean, yeah, that's true, but also my hardware is not 15 years old. My hardware is from 2016 to 2014, right? It should, not, in my opinion, it should not be, left behind, to be honest. But I mean, it's fine that things don't run well on it, right? Like, that is fine to, like, a certain degree, but to the point where applications just can't even run, right? Like, newer games can't even run, even though those newer games should be able to run, like, graphically, right? My 1050 should technically be able to support it at, like, low resolutions. However, the fact that it just won't open just because they have these fancy new compute shader extensions and shit in it, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. That is complete horseshit. But that's the way graphics programming is, and that's why I hate saying, like, hey, I'm a graphics programmer. It's like, I don't know, it annoys the hell out of me. It really does. Like, the kind of spirit behind it, I feel like, is kind of not like something that I'm very happy about. But then again, I mean, I love graphics programming, obviously. I do it, like, this is, has to be considered graphics programming, but this is the same reason why I don't know, I'm kind of, like, some level against the kind of new tools, right? It took me a long time to even, like, use SSBOs, to be honest. Right, but I still don't use bindless textures or any of that, for that reason, So I don't use all of the features of 460. In fact, like, a big thing for me with this project, right, is that I was implementing this radix sort. This can't even work. This doesn't even work on my GPU. It's supported, but it doesn't work. These are not thread safe on my GPU. No one fucking told me, but it doesn't work. The subgroup, work group things don't work on this GPU, right? And so this is the reason why things, like, run badly on this GPU, is because there's no backup plan for any of that, because to redo that radix sort that you just saw, I had to have 3 other compute shaders to just equate to that one compute shader. So that is why people don't back support things because it's too painful, right? Because you have to write all of this extra code. However, it's also bullshit that we don't care, I think, in my opinion, you know. In 5 years, the 15 will be too much. Yeah, exactly. That's why I have a pushback about it, is because we didn't have this idea about old software and old hardware like 10 years ago. We just didn't have that sort of thing, right? Even my old computer, right? My older computer, right? The GPU still is able to support Windows XP on it, you know? That same like design philosophy just isn't a thing anymore, you know? Just really, you know, but then again, I'm not like the average person in terms of like, you know, I have very strange opinions on everything, so it's not just one thing. So yeah, this needs to be this is just times this. And now you kind of want to put this in here, but I don't know, like, I don't know if this is going to be allowed because the vertices is unsized here, but we can see if the GPU is going to get mad at us about it. It's like toss up if it does or not, but yeah, this is like my ideal setup here. It's all designed to fail philosophy. Yeah. I mean, it's like cars but worse, right? It's like, imagine if you had to get a new car every 2 years because they stopped making gas for your car. Like, that's what it is, right? And it's not technically the same price, right? But it's, I mean, the fact that computers are becoming more and more expensive, right? To get a new computer is like, you know, $1,500 at least, you know, to get one with like a good graphics card in it that can do any of this new bullshit, you know. I would never be able to afford, right? It's like you know, but that's expected of you to replace your old hardware, right? Which is just ridiculous, you know. Our lab I worked, we had an air gap laptop that still ran XP. As the latest OS of the software for, yeah, that is a thing. But I mean, I love XP, but yeah. Anyway. I feel like this is now going to be the layout. This makes a lot of sense. The density data is just going to turn into, this is just the marching cubes data, and then this gets everything else. That's my opinion on it. I think we just call this density data now. And then this one becomes marching cubes. I wish we didn't have to put this in an SSBO because this doesn't change, but unfortunately, it's too big. My job, we have a client that is a hospital. We have a VM for them that runs Windows 98. Yeah. It's now safe to turn off your computer, yeah. Yeah. Long gone. I don't know. I guess I'm like kind of a fucking boomer, I guess, with like my whole thing. But yeah. Alright, seems good to me. It's not just gonna be that we have to refactor, of course, but it's not gonna be that bad, I think. So we have to do this. And I don't know, I don't think you check the logs when they showed me this VM last time it was rebooted. Jesus, that is crazy. That is insane. That is crazy. Okay, we put density offset first, but we actually want the vertex offset after because it just makes more sense in my brain. We're gonna call this density data going forward, and though I mean, you know, it's fucked up, but that is pretty insane that it stayed up for that long, though. Yeah, that is. Honestly, also another like thing for me is like, I hate the direction that things are going. Things don't care about being reliable anymore. We don't really care about like things being reliable. We would rather them go fast, which I don't know, is like kind of silly in my opinion, especially with more things being in compute than on CPUs nowadays. It's just like code really isn't safe, it feels like, especially now that I've like been doing more compute code. I've kind of like realized just how unsafe most of it is, like seriously unsafe. It's like kind of inherently, and it's hard to make it not unsafe. I doubt that people actually know if things are going out of bounds like 90% of the time, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, technically everything should actually be the same. It's just that obviously this is just going to be chunk vertex offset now. Miraculously, it supports high migration. Yeah. Associates and I'm like, get rid of it, I want it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is it. Also, our first doesn't even have to be this anymore. Our first can be 0 now. The first can be 0 now. So we can have SSBOs for each one, which is honestly what we should have had in the beginning, but I was just lazy. But it's fine. Okay. So anything else I need to change here? I don't think so. Here I probably need to change something. We need to just get rid of base now. We just need to get rid of base now. And now we have to go into here, and instead of this, we bind the SSBO of the chunk ID, and then we do density data, chunk vertex offset, and we just set it to 0, and that should work just fine. Read an article the other day that the entire banking system of the world is dependent on single generation COBOL programmers that are retiring at a rate of 20% of a year. Sign me up. Sign me up. Just kidding. Kind of. So obviously we just do this mesh vertex SSPO. We probably shouldn't have called it mesh vertex SSPO, to be like 100% honest with you. But yeah, we gotta change that, bro. We have to. It needs to happen. This has to be density SSPO, and then the other one has to be marching cubes. Learn COBOL guarantee job. What? What? Oh, I didn't make it an array. Duh. That's cool. I don't know anything about COBOL, not gonna lie. We have to actually bind buffer base. I think that's the correct. I did not, like, I just blacked out and did that. My bad. So that works fine. I feel like I'm not locked in right now, and I'm probably gonna fuck something up bad. Hold on a second. This was always max chunks 8. Wait a fucking second, bro. Bro, I think I just had a. Oh shit. Wait, we don't actually need this. Ah, fuck. Dude. God, I'm fucking so fucking stupid. Fuck. This max chunks was not split in a bit of it. Okay, why do shaders not have fucking header files like that you can like do, whatever, bro. Same thing is happening to Perl. Yeah, fuck Perl. I mean, I've never programmed in Perl, so I can't really. So we just did this for no fucking reason. So cool. That's cool. Hopefully this doesn't bite us in the back in the future, because now our now we have overhead of binding SSBOs as well. So yeah, that fucking blows. That does blow. That blows big time. Not gonna lie. Well, that's why it wasn't giving me an error, because it just, yeah, whatever, bro, whatever. See if I care. Okay, so now when we draw, we need to bind buffer base, all the different ones. I wonder how painful it is to bind buffer base. What is the overhead for this? The answer, by the way, if anybody is wondering what's the overhead for binding this, the answer is, oh, new hardware doesn't care, it's fast. Learn, yeah, exactly. One day it'll happen to C. Oh my god, I don't think it'll happen to C, to be honest. At least not in my lifetime. It's my introducing Rust into the Linux kernel. It's just Zoomers, bro. It's not. I like whatever, bro. It's like, I don't really think so, but okay. Did I code it? I think I'm out of things to code. I think I did it. Maybe I didn't. Oh shit. 352 and 340. Oh, we have red dots. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta do. This is this margin cubes data, and then we got. Yeah. Bro, like, give me the fucking thing. Oh. I was like, where is it? I absolutely adore C. The PC gives you a loaded gun. Yes, exactly. That's why I love C. Wait till they try introducing Zig. Hell no. Oh my fucking god, bro. What the fuck is that? Holy shit. Okay, fellas. Yes, I think I did something wrong. Yes, I think we did something wrong. That's my nightmares at 3 a.m. Yeah. I can appreciate how some give you a similar amount of control without as much static typing. I guess control, but I mean, like, I care about speed. I mean, technically Rust can be fast. Rust can even be faster because of, like, some certain things, right? But also, like, I care about coding fast, right? There's no faster language to code in than C, and you're not going to ever convince me otherwise. That's what I care about. If I can write a language fast and sit here and just like boom, 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 that's what I enjoy doing. Now we gotta figure out what the fuck we did wrong. Is like the thing that we gotta figure out here. Maybe max chunks does matter in terms of. Oh, we have max chunks at 8 everywhere, but it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't. Nothing is sized by max chunks anymore. And I think that that's the second one that's bugging out. Huh. Okay, so it's only the second one that's bugging out. Interesting. And the numbers seem fine. This does seem a bit big. That does seem a bit big, not gonna lie. It should not be 200,000. That should not be 200,000. So that one's definitely not correct. Oh shit. I gave them the same. Oh wait, no, I didn't. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 of them got the same SSBO, I guess, huh? Well, that's not good. We bind it here with the chunk ID. We set it to 0. Go, yeah. Go is cool. I maintain a Python project and I want to convert part of it to Golang. Seems like it would be much better fit than Python. Yeah, I mean Go is pretty awesome from what I hear. Pretty fucking cool. Maybe we gotta hit it with this before we do that. Maybe. I feel like chunk ID should be enough to make it stop, you know, chunk ID. Chunk ID is 0, then it's 1. We did have extra amounts of chunks, that is true. We had extra chunks. Alright, let's try with just chunk 3. Just 3 chunks. Okay. Okay, buddy. Alright then. Alright, let's just see if it is that specific chunk that is fucking us up. That's the next test. I think it's just that chunk, bro. Okay, so it's always the second chunk. Okay, so let's try starting at 1 and going to 2 like this. Yo, what's up, Sad Sam? Go doesn't allow pointer arithmetic. Why? Okay. Okay, so what you're telling me is that it doesn't want to work. That's what you're telling me? I probably fucking did something stupid, I guess. I think the trick to understanding this one is that it's only the second one. Not a whole lot more vertices, yeah. Yeah. Involved could lead to unexpected access outside the intended data structure. Yeah, that's very lame. That sounds very lame. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. Oh shit, I figured it out. Guess what? We were sampling out of bounds. So And because it's in compute, you know, the GPU is like, ah, yeah, bro, I got memory there. What are you talking about? I got memory all over the place. You want some memory? I'll give you some memory. That's my my version of the GPU. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. I really want to get... I feel like we're... Oh, I didn't actually increase the chunk count. Okay, so... Let's get 5 and 6 here. Let's get all 9 of you. Or all 8 of you, I mean. So that's 8 right there. And so let's do the mathematics. So negative, negative. We got positive. We got that positive. Okay, so now we got to do the diagonals. So very tricky one here. It's just negative, negative. We got negative, and then we got positive, negative. We got. I'm one short for sure. Oh right, because we got to count the one in the middle. Okay. Lock in. Got a negative. We already have negative, negative. Don't get tricked about that one. We want negative, positive, and then both positive. And we now have 9 chunks. And we're gonna hit up chunk central. How am I implementing the LOD? Hopes and prayers. It's a little bit slow, not gonna lie. It's not the fastest code I've ever written in my entire life. But we're LODing. Of course, we have the seams because it's LOD'd. And we can't see very far because that's out of bounds. That's another layer down there that we gotta do. Visual is giving Iron Lung vibes. Shout out Markiplier. First man on the moon. So we want to be generating these asynchronously. So that's the thing. We want to be standing here, and then the chunks for, you know, we keep those chunks in memory. That's the goal. That's the goal. Now, is that goal going to be easy? No. No, it's not. We're generating them every frame, by the way, all of them. So we want to not do that, so that we can have speed. I don't know how to do the LOD system though. Really today we did mainly collision. So we got collision working perfect, but am I using any specific technique for the LOD? Not really. Hopes and prayers. Not really hopes and prayers. It's just like all of these go down to LOD 1, right? And so they get less detail generated because they're done at lower resolution for the noise. So that's pretty much it. But we're gonna need a system to evict chunks and to replace chunks, of course, naturally. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we need an array to max chunks of chunk data. That's what I just calculated in my head. I was like, okay, so what now? So that's what we need. We need to know what LOD each chunk is at. So we need to know if we need to, you know, recalculate it, of course. And we're just gonna have int LOD. That's the natural one. Really, it's just LOD right now. Like, we don't have. I guess we could do. the position, right? Chunk center, chunk sense. Going back a little on other languages other than C, you have something else to say? Swift. What the fuck is Swift? What is Swift, bro? What is Swift? Are you talking about Taylor? Shout out Taylor. I gotta get a second coffee. Shout out Taylor. So we have the chunk center. That's a natural one. So when the chunk center, the language for Apple devices. Oh, how could I forget? Apple devices. I don't know about that one, bro. I'm sure it's cool. It's cool if you like it. But you know me and Steve Jobs, we don't got a good reputation, you know. I'm so surprised that fucking Steve Jobs is not on the Epstein list. Are we crazy about that? Who else was surprised about that? That guy gave me vibes, bro. Fuck. Okay, so we got the chunk center. Like, what else do we need? Like, we can find distance to the player camera every time and then just like... I think that that's it, actually. Yeah, I think that's it, bro. Okay, so the tricky thing is, so we need You're making an IO. Okay, well, if it's either that or JavaScript, I completely understand where you're coming from. Because I would totally go for Swift as well. I don't really know about JavaScript, bro. So here's the problem. Okay, here's my take on it, right? We have a function that we just call once on init, right? And it just does everything around us. It just sets it all up. And then into the future, we fill up the rest, right? Right, and so max chunks, really what we're looking for is probably like 90. Maybe even 120 chunks. I mean, that's a lot, but we got a lot of chunkage going on. We got to make sure that we still compile. Okay, so we still compile. Okay, so we can have 120 chunks. The collision feels good, man. I'm excited because the collision is good. I don't know how I got the collision good. I just kind of like, hopes and prayers. I feel like Starbucks start calling your name. Is it really JavaScript? I thought that was a Java thing. I feel like JavaScript is more like... I feel like JavaScript is more like RGB keyboard. That's the vibe. I got a GitHub repo for this? Not yet. No, the way I do it with my GitHub is like, I just do it only like when things are finished, and then I just put them up once, and then that's it, you know. I don't really like the whole like, hey, here's my work in progress thing. Like, no, I get the RGB keyboard is Rust? No. No. Rust is more like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what Rust is. There's too many different Rust people. Like, Rust is either Zoomer or Redditor. Now, Rust is Reddit. Rust is Reddit, bro. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think you got the bad read on JavaScript, bro. I think you got a bad read. I feel like JavaScript is just kids, bro. But maybe I'm just not surrounded by it. Okay, so here's my take, right? Is that on initialization, we just do all of the ones around, and then we just set it up, right? And yeah, so that's my take. Okay, so we just do it on init. We're gonna put it in mesh though, because we just want everything to be set up properly. The problem with the chunks thing is that everything has to be the same size as the chunk world size. And it all has to be the same distance from the center. So that makes everything a bit complicated, not gonna lie. I mean, Zig is pretty zoomer, yeah. I'm not, but that, what does that doesn't mean that JavaScript isn't zoomer. JavaScript in Python is super zoomer. What are you talking about? It's just like I write code because I write code. You know, it's like I'm a novelist in my part-time in my time. I'm a novelist. I also make music. I love skateboarding. Man, I love skateboarding. I also code, bro. Like, I also, like, I love comedy, you know. I love surfing. Anybody love surfing here? I love climbing walls. I code too. That's what it is. That's how I feel about it. Have I released any of my work as a novel? No, I'm working on it. I use Pages. I fuck with Pages. Not gonna lie. Okay, so I'm having like a little bit of a think here. Like, what if we actually pass in the chunk ID, and then we decide the LOD in here? Like, what about that? What if we don't pass the LOD and instead we do like distance to the camera? Or something like that. I need paper. pages is based? I don't know about that, bro. Yeah, I think we just do that, man. Oh man, it's a vec 4. I regret putting it in a UBO every day. Every day I become more regret of putting it in a goddamn UBO every day. Oh, let's just get the... Nah, let's just do a second. I need another define for chunk world size. Yeah, congrats on the graduation. On the graduation. I think I caught you before that, or after that, but I hope that you go for your masters, because I think people who go for their masters are like dope. But congratulations, yeah. Congratulations. Fuck. Sorry, I'm trying to think right now. Let's just do chunk world size times 2. What? What? What is the problem? Oh. That would be the problem? I've been doing my brackets like this. Do you hate me for it? I don't know. I fuck with it. I've switched my ways. What? What? Expression result unused. What? What? Oh, what is wrong with me? I'm so tired. Have you ever looked into vehicle physics? Maybe. Maybe. Casey Muratori also. Oh yeah, that's cool. I'm a fan of the brackets, bro. I don't know. It did it in a book that I was reading, and I was working through a book, and then I just took it, to go. I took that shit to go. What is 60? Alright, cool. Okay. You know what I love? I want a language that has else if that can line up. Okay, here's what I want. I want EI. Imagine if EI was a thing. Are you fucking serious? Like, why is that not a thing? Non-linear optics. What the fuck? Entangled photons. Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck? Python does it best with elif. They don't do it best. Because look at elif, and it's still not aligned. What the fuck are you talking about? How are you gonna have elif, and it's still unaligned? That is fucking awful. Just have this and have it aligned. Why does no language have that? Whatever. Yeah, collisions is hard. But I did collisions, so now we can all be happy about the collisions. I mean, my collision for this isn't like, you know, the perfect format, but it's good enough. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, default chunks. Maybe we don't want to do default chunks. Maybe we just iterate over the entire I guess it depends on how far we can see, you know what I mean? God, I hate that I'm making fucking Minecraft right now. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? Oh, you're so right. I need a hash. I need a hash map. Do I need a hash map for all the chunks? I think I need a hash map for all the chunks, bro. Fuck. Because I need to know if a chunk is done already. Fuck, bro. I don't want to fucking download UT hash right now, bro. Fuck. Yeah, that's insane. I have no clue what the fuck any of that is about. Photons? Fucking photons, bro. UT hash. My old friend UT hash. Oh, yes, my old friend UT hash. Alright. Why am I on that computer? Oh, fuck, I don't want to do this. Brother. God damn it. Yeah, I think I need UT hash. Bro, I don't know how to do this shit though. How do I do a hash for this? I need a the X, Y, the Z, and the X, Y, the Z, and the LOD. Yeah, I need a hash map, bro. Because I don't want to loop through all of them every time. Like, nested loop through everything. I'm using Neovim? No, I'm using Helix. That's insane. That is insane. Maybe for now we just nested loop it and not hash it, because that's gonna be very complicated. The last time I had to UT hash for fucking ASOR was a pain in the ass. How do we do this, man? So we have the camera at a position, right? And we want to loop the chunks around it, but how do we index those chunks? Okay, how about this? We base it on the center of the chunk that the camera is on. So we just loop through all of the chunks first, and then we find which one the camera is in. Right. Yeah, that's incredible. I don't know any of that shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, streaming, I meet like a lot of very talented people. Very, very incredible the jobs that people have. It is always pretty crazy. Jesus. Oh, that's what else we want in our chunk data. We want a free. We want to know which chunks are free. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Wow. That's crazy. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Helix moment. Okay. We have the one that we're in, and then we need to iterate around it. What the fuck is chronometration? Chronometration? That's fucking... What is that, bro? Okay, so we have the... Okay, so... This is bad English. 2... A radius of 2 would give us 5, would give us 5 times 5 times 5. That's more than we have. You kind of want a chunk radius of 2, but also... I feel like that's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. That's a lot. Okay, so... Fuck, bro. That's so many chunks. That's 125 chunks, bro. Ah, okay. It's fine. We'll have the max... Oh, we had it at 120. It's fine. 125. It's not that bad. It is going to be bad to generate it, though. Okay, so we need a starting, right? So it's going to be the cam chunk, right? So vec3 start pause equals the we're gonna subtract from chunk data cam chunk dot chunk setter. We're gonna subtract the vec3 of negative chunk world size times chunk radius, negative chunk world size times chunk radius, and you already know what the last one's gonna be. Okay. And why are we mad? Redefinition of start pause. That is so true, actually. That is so true. But I don't think we need that. So we're already finding where the camera is. And now we just want to step through all of the chunks. This is going to be a lot of iteration, but you got to trust me on this one. What the fuck am I doing? Holy shit. What am I doing? Damn, that sucks. How many parking spaces? That's cool. Behavioral prediction is crazy. That is awesome. I would have no clue how the fuck to do that. Stop. Please, whatever you just did, just don't do it again. We want to loop through all of the chunks and find if that one has, if we have the, yeah. So we just do this. We just do this. It's only looping through 125 nested looped into 125. If you think about it, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Lots of data from a bunch of APIs all feeding into one big ass algorithm. Damn. That's awesome. Did you do the model yourself? What model did you do? We're gonna call this chunk pause. And if the chunk is less than chunk world size, then we're just gonna consider that one done. I think. Or maybe we like do it by half, I mean. If the dist is less than chunk world size, then we want to just simply just this. Only help the algorithm. Oh, I see. PyTorch. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time with the chess engine because I ended up doing some of that stuff from scratch. It was pretty cool. Detect that the shelf was empty using the depth camera. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I've never done anything in the real world, I guess. Most of my programming is kind of make-believe. Okay. It's the first project I ran locally on my PC. Damn. That's sick. That is crazy sick. How did you get the data? Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to get some coffee, to be honest. I'm kind of out of it. I've been out of it for like 30 minutes now. I mean, the code is fine. It's just now, if it isn't done, we're just gonna loop again for simplicity's sake. I could have just done it in one loop, but whatever, we're just going to keep it here. Now we just wanna do a chunk in that ID. Just create new planet mesh inside of that chunk. We don't really have anything. Let's just do particle test just to pass something into it. By default, everything will be LOD1, but obviously we're going to test on that. Let's do LOD2 just to make sure. And then the chunk center will be what we just decided was the chunk pause, I guess. And then the chunk ID will be the free chunk that we just decided. So we create that. Now, create a new planet mesh isn't like greatly named at all, but whatever. I created a lot population of that area. I see. All from different APIs. That's sick. That is awesome. Hey Max. That is pretty cool. Season, weather, and everything, yeah. That's useful. That is useful. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really talking right now because I'm kind of locked in, I guess. Yo, fuck this, bro. Oh no, we just multiply it. We just multiply it. Yeah, we just have to have another one. Yeah, so this is the start pause, and then we have the chunk pause equals start pause, and then the chunk pause we add the start pause to a vector that is created from scratch here based on the x times the chunk world size. When I left the project, I was helping almost as freelance. 90% accuracy, Jesus. Yeah, that is sick. Were you like, you had like users, or like was it like an actual like, or was it like a research project sort of thing? That is cool. That is really cool. Okay, we're gonna leave some headroom in here. We're gonna leave some headroom for like, let's go, just in case I fucked up on my math, I just, you know, let's go to 164. Okay, so we have, I mean, this is, I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing. Now, we don't have a free, we can't free chunks, right? We can't free chunks. But technically this should just do it once and then we're fine to walk around it. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just going to call load chunks and then we're gonna see what the function does, because I have no clue what the fuck the function is gonna do. I literally, I think there's two things that are gonna happen. It's either gonna work or it's gonna actually crash the computer. So it's exciting, we get to press the button. It's an app. That's pretty sick that you got something that's actually like, you know, useful sort of thing. Okay. Okay, so here's my feeling about it. What I feel like is that we probably were... Oh, we don't... Oh, the chunk count. Oh, the chunk count. Okay, so we don't have chunk count anymore. What we're gonna do is we have... this is gonna be to max chunks. And then we check if chunk data I.free, then continue. We also of course need to initialize these to free. That's actually a very important thing for us to do. What else is in there? LOD, we don't, yeah, that's fine. Does this work in your city? Yeah. It still is free. I don't want to do it every frame because I'm worried about doing it every frame, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of worried about doing it every frame, but we might just have to do it. Alright, lock in. We're gonna do it every frame. Alright, let's lock in. The fucking funny thing is that, like... Okay, we gotta do some debug printouts, dude. Fuck. I wanted to actually just, like, see something on the screen, bro. You know, like, I just kind of wanted to see something on the screen. Fuck. Is that so much to ask, bro? I put the data of the city I live in to have my own personal version. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. That's cheating. That is cheating, yeah. Yeah, that is very much cheating. You should be ashamed of yourself for that one. Where's the printfs in here? We gotta get the printfs out of this one because we are not doing collision anymore. If you don't know what you're doing, yeah, it sounds like a you problem. Alright, so we made one chunk. That can't be right. That cannot be right. How do we make one chunk? The fuck? Oh, because we don't. Oh, 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 oh. Ew. Because the already done flag doesn't do anything. Ah, fuck, I hate it when I do that. I hate it when I do that. The thing is, already done should not be... Have I tried NeoVim? Yeah, when I was younger, but like, then I didn't want to like do it anymore because it was like too hefty to do. I like it on this computer, Helix on this computer, because you it's fast, and with NeoVim with plugins and stuff, it felt slow for me. So I like Helix because there's no overhead. Oh, my computer crashed. Yeah, my computer 100% crashed. Okay. That's alright. How crashed is it? Is it... Oh, fuck. Hey, hey. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Okay. Okay, okay. We are going to kill the process. Cannot find process. What are you talking about? Shit. What do you mean you can't find the process? What? What the fuck do you mean, man? It's right here. Ah, shit. The LSP and stuff I find can take a bit to load.
Working across teams.
Yeah.
But Asana helps you handle it.
Yeah. I like how on Helix everything is optimized to be
Work together. AI can spot roadblocks.
AI? Really? Fucking getting an AI ad.
Everything and everyone.
Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up.
That's
Be quiet, be quiet.
Visit us at Asana.
Visit us at Asana. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I think we might have to restart the computer. I think we might literally have to restart the computer. God, I don't want to have to do that. It's just like permanently here. But the process doesn't exist. Holy fucking shit. Alright, we're just gonna put it here and pretend like it doesn't exist. It says that the process doesn't exist, it's just the window that's broken, so... I think we just go with this. We just do a chunk radius of 1 and see what sticks. We were making chunks, bro. We were making chunks. We were making chunks up the wazoo. Unless I did like a really bad calculation on this, man. Like, let's just go to like 400 chunks and then just let her rock. I don't know. Maybe I just like don't know how math works, but like, which OS is which one? This one that I'm streaming off of, it's Endeavor. But the one that I stream off of is Debian. Alright, I think we might have to restart the computer now. Shit. Alright. Yeah. Listen, I fucking get it. What, are you a Debian guy? Honestly, I don't want to be like a dick, but like, all Linux distributions are the same. They're all the fucking same. Like, I'm tired of the whole, like, I don't know. I feel like people have an, like, identity thing with Linux distributions. Like, dude, at the end of the day, I install fucking i3, Sway, whatever, and then it's all the same. It's literally all the fucking same. None of it matters. I don't know, like, what? What does it matter? Like, they're all the same. Like, maybe if you, like, I don't know, like, fucking, like, what? They're all the same. Fucking, why is it so hard to fucking do this on this fucking keyboard? It's because I have my function button on the other fucking side of my keyboard. Red Hat derives are very different? No, they aren't. Because some of the more curated ones? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you are on a main distribution, like Arch, fucking Ubuntu, Debian, Mint, you know, whatever, any of those, like, you're fine. Like, it's like, everything is the same. Everything is the same. I don't really get the whole, like, I have an opinion on the Linux distribution thing. Like, no you don't, bro. Okay, so how is the screen looking fine? The screen looks fine. The screen looks fine. Okay, tell me if it ends up looking weird. I can change the resolution if it becomes a problem. I think it looks fine. I think it looks fine. MSys 2 and Glaze, I don't really know about that. I mean, I never really tried that sort of thing, but from my experience, it's not really the case. You just don't have the flexibility with packages that Linux has. But, like, I don't know. Alright, we could try. The only wrong choice is Arch Linux. Why? I don't really agree with that. I think Arch is fine. I think the only thing that makes people annoyed with Arch is that the people suck. Do I work in NASA? No, I do not. Arch has a lot of, like, annoying fucking people. That's it. It's the only reason to hate Arch. And also, Endeavor is literally just Arch, so it's whatever. You turn on the PC one time and the update, boom, dead. I mean, like, no. That's not, I mean, it's just you figure it out, man. You know how I broke Mint? You know, I broke into every Linux distribution ever, just because you're a developer and you do developer shit on it. Like, that's just expected. Like, the shit that I do on each distribution, it breaks. Like, that's just the reality of it. I don't know. Like, that's just, it just depends how you use your distributions. Like, if you use, like, fucking Arch and you just have, like, fucking, you know, regular people shit on it, like Firefox, Steam, and, you know, whatever, like, nothing's gonna really break. I don't know. Also, Arch, yeah, it was just pretty... You haven't managed to break just by just doing dev stuff? Yeah, I mean, it depends on the definition of break, right? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've broken every distribution, you know, and you just get better at fixing it every time. But the funny thing is, like, I hear like all the people with Arch are like, I broke Arch, oh my god, it's unstable. It's like, dude, you're only freaking out because you use fucking KDE, like, or GNOME on like Ubuntu before, like, you know, and you never like used the fucking terminal before. That's like, but that's just like, welcome to Linux, I guess. Like, I don't know. That's my opinion on it. I don't know. But yeah, at the end of the day, every time I like set up a computer again, I try a new distribution or whatever, and it's like, it's the same. It's like literally the same. I just install whatever, the same shit on it, and it becomes the same. Yeah, so what is the problem here? I think, so did it say that we're out of chunks? Made chunk, made chunk, made chunk. Where is our camera starting at? Our camera should be at should start at 0, but I feel like it isn't starting at 0 when it should. I 0 it here. I'm just gonna make sure that it's at 0, I guess. Should be no reason for it to not be at 0, but so your works, incredible works. Thanks. I've been coding for 9 years, but not entirely. Not entirely all the time, just off and on, I guess. Yeah, my Arch is i3, no desktop. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly me as well. It's just i3 on, it's got nothing else on it. My Debian is the same way. It is i3, it has nothing else on it. Just, you know, just one button to, like, what, you know, it's got nothing on it. Core members are just having a yeah, I mean, that's just I mean, but also they definitely have, somebody in the AUR has, you know, all of that shit. That's like kind of the good thing about Arch, is the fact that, you know, that's the thing about Arch. Like, people say that Arch is so hard to use or whatever. It's like it's easier than anything, because you're just piggybacking off of the work of others. The Arch wiki is completely fucking stupid. Like, it was not up to date on AOR. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's kind of with everything. That editor is Helix. Yeah. I don't know. I've had to build a bunch of things from scratch with fucking CMake bullshit. Yeah. It is never a fun thing. Anyway, this is not correct, obviously. I did the spawning math incorrectly. So we're, oh, if we don't have a cam chunk, okay, so if it is -1, meaning we don't have one, we need to create one at the cam position. Kind of concerning my turning my main PC into Gen 2. Yeah, Windows sucks. I don't really know anything about Gen 2 personally, so now we're at 040,000,200,400. We're supposed to be going negative as well. Oh, do we not? Oh, we're supposed to be adding. Yeah, the AR archive is everything, yeah. Okay, so where are our chunks going now? 000,200,400. We're supposed to, oh, but we don't want to start at camp pause. We want to start actually at this camp pause. Yeah. There we go. Linux from scratch, I'm not sure about that, what that is. Okay. So, okay, so fucking I feel like we should have something on the ground there. Oh, you know what it might be? I don't think No, I do it based on the chunk offset. I do. Do is the flex, really? Yeah. Yeah. Can be a pain to get newer stuff on Debian. Yeah, but they have different like repositories for it though. They have like, you know, a bunch of different things that you can do. I never tried like windowing on Linux. Is it really that fucks looks convoluted to just have a window to spawn and stuff? What do you mean? No. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. You just literally, you can bind it to a button. You know, like it's the opposite. It's the opposite of that. It's way easier than Windows. It's faster. You can go mod D and then search literally like anything. It's way faster. So you don't have to use your mouse to fucking click on shit. You just go pop, 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 pop. You can do this. You can do this, this, this. You can do this to full screen it. You can do this, this, you know. I think there's only 2 or 3 games. Yeah, that's the thing though. On my bad computer, Proton doesn't work very well on my older computer. On newer computers, it's fine, but on mine, no. Can't have games on this at all. It's a simulation of actual space, physics space. Yeah, in terms of like the planets, the end body part of it. Yeah, it is physics based. It's gravity, but right now I'm working on collision. Chunk offset is taken in as a vec3, yeah. So, yeah, I don't think that it's a problem in the shader. Probably not. Alright, let's go back to putting this during the update loop. It might crash the computer again. Oh, fuck. Oh shit. Okay, press the escape button as fast as possible. Shit. There we go. We did it again. We did it again. God damn it. Fucker. Stop. Please. Okay. Okay, we lived this time. Alright, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. The problem is that I think we're running out of RAM. I think we're running out of RAM. Yeah, because just because we swap SSBOs around does not mean that we're able to just have infinite RAM. Can you measure how much I consume? Yeah, I try to keep my calories under check. But like, I mean, it's actually hard to check how much you consume. It is kind of hard. You'd have to like roll your own sort of thing. It's not like you can just like, you know, set it up. Yeah, it's hard. So here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing. Now we can cheat. We can cheat right now. We can totally cheat. By making this not 15. This can technically not be 15. Now, what if we have a marching cubes configuration with all 15, all of them have 15? Well, that would be a problem, but listen, I mean, I just feel like we gotta have some, you know, have some sense here. We also have to free chunks up. So here's what we're gonna do. At the top of this function, what we're gonna do is we'll just loop through all of the chunks. All of our chunks, and then find if they are too far away. And then we'll just free them up. And then we can just GL buffer data a null buffer into that spot. So that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, we can just do it inside of here. Like, let's just say if dist is greater than two, just to be safe, then we want to free it. Is it density SSBO? Index by I? GL buffer data? GL shader storage buffer? size of 0. We also want to have less max chunks. Like, we should not have that many. Let's have a maximum of 40 chunks. And then let's just make sure that we never omit chunks when we have the maximum. We only do free chunks, yeah. So okay. All chunks taken, all chunks taken, all chunks taken. All chunks taken, all chunks taken. Now we just keep on making chunks here. We're just making chunks every frame. Well, that's kind of funny. Certain parts were absolutely fine. Okay. Well, it's good that we're not dying anymore. I think our eviction policy probably has to be... I thought that ×2 was already pretty safe. I thought that ×2 was already really safe. Oh, if we do this... yeah. We also have to do this. Yeah, I didn't really think of that. We have to also allocate it to the quick question to everyone. When importing a CSV of your spending data, would you want the app to automatically detect spending category or mark it yourself? I'm not really sure. I don't really use much of that stuff myself, considering I have no fucking money, but I would probably auto detect that, I guess. Ow. Dude, I've been cracking my knuckles lately, and bro, it's been crazy. Alright, I don't think that's gonna fix anything necessarily. I don't think that's gonna necessarily fix anything. But we could just do this legally. We could just do chunk. This is to be safe. That's to be safe. Most secure ways to use heuristics, but it's always a guess. I see. Uh, so it's not making any chunks, it's just saying all chunks taken. Does the machine learning model too? Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the lag is about. Like, since there's no chunks free, then I wonder if you can't do that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm worried that it's like a memory thing at this point. Yeah, I've gotta head off soon actually. It's late. Yeah, I'll come back though. You know, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Keep working on this. I've been really enjoying. I enjoyed it today. Today was a lot of fun. Worked on the collision stuff. Collision stuff was cool. It was cool to get that done and not have a lot of friction. This project has not been very easy so far. It's been a pain in the fucking ass. So it was good that today I just kind of sat down and just like got to work on it and not have a lot of problems. So that was fun. Hasn't been like that in a few days. So that's been cool.
With best results in about 90 days. Get
But
your
yeah.
account back.
Yeah, I kind of don't know what this is about. For the density SSBO at the chunk ID, we set this vertex offset to 0. So that's guaranteed to work. So there's no way that I think it's going out of bounds, but maybe it is. I'll check this before I head off. I want to check the I wanted to check the amount of stuff. Yeah, here. No. God damn it. Yeah, I probably have to write the code again. That's the problem. Yeah. I need to read out density SSBO by the chunk ID. Or no, the indirect buffer. Quite some progress, yeah. Build a dictionary of keywords and associate them with the apps categories. Yeah, that does make some sense. Just like, you know, I think that's probably how most do it. Is like they like see a keyword and then they're like, oh, we'll put it in this folder or whatever. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. What's the name of the command? Draw arrays indirect command. And first, or it's gonna be count, I guess. I'm not gonna forget that. Just so that we see the count on the way out. That's what that is. And we want the chunk ID too. It's cool also to see some people in chat today, because honestly these we're getting errors every time. Honestly, the space sim streams have not been the most popular. Why are we... What did I just do that caused that to happen? What did I change? I just added a debug printout, right? Huh. Huh. Maybe I shouldn't be reading out the indirect buffer, but something else. I should probably be reading out the other buffer and not straight from there. The time I stream isn't always great. Yeah, sorry about that. I just stream during the day here, you know. Chunk. Zero 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 zero. Error 1282, and then no chunks free. How are we only making 25 chunks free, but then we don't have... Wait, what? Bro, that makes no sense. We have a maximum of 40 chunks. How do we only set that many up? And then the rest are not. Oh, 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 oh. We just don't break then. Drawing with the timing works out. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate that. The algorithm? Yeah. It's that's how it works. It works in like waves. It'll just like be a good week and then you know, it'll be a whatever week or whatever. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys later. Yeah. Have a good time. Peace out.